I would like to call to order the November 6, 2023 meeting of the Charleston County Board of Zoning Appeals, also known as the BZA. The board members that will hear your case tonight are as follows. I am William Ray, the chairperson. To my right, we have Mr. Truslow, Mr. Siddell, and Mr. Neal. To my left, we have Mr. Nelson and Mr. Jordan. And to my immediate right is our attorney, Mr. Kevin Hugie. Board members, staff members that are present that will hear your case tonight is Ms. Brooks, Ms. Guinness, Clark, Mr. Joshua Downey, and Mr. I'm sorry. Ms. Jenny Working. Because the hearing tonight is a public fact-finding meeting, we're in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to the hearing, an announcement was printed in the Post and Courier. A sign was posted on or near the designated property, and a notice was mailed to the applicant and or the applicant's representative, to the property owners within 300 feet of the property, and to parties of interest. Persons, organizations, and news media that have requested declaration of our meeting have also been notified. Board members, the meeting notes from October 2nd, 23, of the public hearing were mailed to you, emailed to you. Are there any changes? If not, can I get a motion to approve and then a second?
I so moved.
Okay.
Second.
I got a motion to approve and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No, it carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Our case rulings from this and any other BZA meeting are available to the public review and inspection during normal business hours at the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department. The Board of Zoning Appeals is a quasi-judicial body that has final decision-making authority on the following: appeals on a zoning-related administrative decision. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide appeals only on zoning-related matters where there is an alleged error in the order, the requirement, decision, or determination made by the administrative official in the regulation or enforcement of any zoning-related regulation. A 2/3 vote of the quorum is required to overturn the decision of the planning director in its appeal. Then we have a special exception. A special exception is issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use in a specified location within the zoning district upon demonstrating such use that complies with all the conditions and standards specified in the zoning and land ordinance, also known as ZELDAR. The BZA must find the special exception request meets all 6 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a special exception. A simple majority is required to grant a special exception. And then finally, we have a variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA regulation of the ordinance where such an action cannot be contrary to the public interest and where the conditions particular to that particular property and it is not a result of the action or the situation of the applicant or the enforcement of the code that would result in the unnecessary and undue hardship. And such a variance is consistent with section 6-9-800 of the Code of the Law of the State of South Carolina, Title 6, Chapter 28. The BZA must find that the variance meets all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a variance. A simple majority is required to grant a variance. Our purpose tonight is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist the board in gathering evidence that are pertinent to each case. If a board member feels the need for further information to clarify a case, the board has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It is understood that the rules of your neighborhood or subdivision are binding, and we can take no actions that would neglect their jurisdiction over your property. In addition, your testimony to our board has been presented written information submitted by the staff and by the applicant or the applicant's agent for each case. The information is now considered to be evidence and is entered into this body of the permanent record. It is assumed to be complete, true, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the application's effect on surrounding properties. Our board is empowered to approve with condition, or to deny a special exception or a variance request. We are also authorized to defer a case should there be a need for additional information. The BZA's final decision will be mailed within 10 working days after this public hearing. It will be mailed, certified mail to the applicants, and U.S. mail to the neighbors and the community of interest on our list. If an applicant request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. A variance and special exception granted this evening are valid for 12 months after this meeting, and a 1-year extension may be granted if construction or development has been commenced or is being diligently pursued. However, if an application request is disapproved, and if the applicant wishes to appeal the decision of this board concerning the case, an appeal must be addressed to the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states that an appeal must be filed by the applicant within 30 days of the decision of this board when it is mailed to them. Failure to file an appeal within the time limit deprives this court of its jurisdiction to hear a matter. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything said in this meeting must be complete, true, and accurate. All the information provided to the BZA is now considered evidence, and it may be certified contempt of circuit court if false statements are made either orally or in writing. Each person who wishes to address the board will be sworn in by the BZA secretary before they can provide testimony or evidence. In order to expedite this process, our secretary will now read the oath, and I ask you as a group, if you would like to speak, to please stand at this time, and Ms. Workin will administer the oath.
Yes. Please stand and raise your right hand. I will say the oath, and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do.
Thank you, Ms. Workin. I will now call each case by case number. Staff will present facts that are pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then call the applicant. The applicant will stand and state his or her name and current address for the record before presenting testimony that is pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then ask for those speaking either in support or in opposition. They will also follow the same procedure for identifying themselves, limited to 2 minutes each. The applicant will then have a chance to reply to any opposition, limited to 2 minutes. And the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. Finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application, stating specific facts of finding and conclusion of law. Tonight we'll hear 10 new business cases, and our first case will be presented by Mr. Joshua Downey. He will introduce case BZA 09-23-00708. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. So BZA case 09-23-00708, the applicant Jake Serrano, PE of Live Oak Consulting, LLC, on behalf of the property owner, Andrew Leon of 1134 Georgie Ferry, LLC, is requesting a variance for 2 curb cuts less than 250 feet separation for a proposed office building at 11 34 Georgie Ferry Road, TMS number 58000000023 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and the adjacent properties to the north, southeast, southwest, and northwest are located in the Mount Pleasant Overlay Commercial Zoning District. The properties located to the north are located in the town of Mount Pleasant's jurisdiction. So the applicant is currently going through the site plan review process, ZSPR case 06-23-00904, and the applicant's letter of intent states, because of the size and the shape of the 0.6 acre subject property and of the presence of the existing 37 and 26-inch grand oak trees in the middle of the property for the proposed 600 square foot 3-story building, with 20 parking spaces, the site requires 2 curb cuts that are less than 250 feet apart. So that is the Mount Pleasant Overlay Zoning District map. That is the subject property. Then aerial view of the subject property. Staff conducted its site visit on October the 17th. And here are pictures of the proposed subject property. The first one in the top left-hand corner is the existing curb cut that is already there. These are some of the surrounding properties in the area. More surrounding properties. So that is Georgie Ferry Road. That is also Highway 41. Here's the proposed site plan for the property. The plat. So staff believes that criteria 1, 2, that it meets criteria 1, 2, and 5, and it may meet criteria 3, 4, 6, and 7. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 09-23-00708, a variance request for 2 curb cuts less than 250 feet of separation for a proposed office building at 1134 Georgie Ferry Road, TMS number 580000023 in the east area of Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendation by staff, and that is, prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of quick questions. So I'm looking at the site plan or plat here. If I'm counting correctly, looks like 17 parking spaces. What is the requirement for the county based on this square footage of this building for parking? So I can know that first.
Ms. Brooks can answer that question.
Yeah, I believe that's based on 1 per 300 square feet of floor area.
So what does that equate to for 6,000? We done that? It's supposed to be. And then my follow-up question is, I wanted to make sure the curb cuts are on Gregory Ferry Road. They're not on 41, correct?
That's correct.
Last one is Gregory Ferry Road a county road, or is that a state or town road? Sure.
Let me double check that.
We can come back to it. I do want to know
at some point, but
no, I do want to know
I'm not-
the number
Yeah.
on the parking spaces, but we can wait for that final answer when the applicant comes through too. I'm sure they know that information as well. But I'll be
So,
looking for that. But I'm fine, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take your time and work on that, Ms. Take your time and work on that, Ms.
Okay,
Ms. Brooks.
sure.
Take your
Thank
time.
you.
Anybody else? Anybody else have questions for staff? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dowling. Is the applicant present? Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell this board why we should approve this application. But before you do, ladies and gentlemen, please remember that we will keep very close eye on the time that you are at the podium and that you have ample time to present each of your cases. And also that we have monitors down below, so we won't be necessarily looking back behind us, okay? Thank you so very much for your patience.
Thank you. My name is Jake Serrano. I'm the engineer of record on this project. I'm with Live Oak Consultants. Our address is 4214 Fellowship Road, North Charleston. I agree with staff on their analysis on the site, and I just would like to add, and this is also in their write-up, we have submitted this application, and it came back with the 250-foot distance requirement based on the overlay district. However, we feel like we feel that the volume of traffic is not is very low, being in a cul-de-sac, and also having the grand trees in the middle of the site required us to split the parking lot on two sides, which required us to have those curb cuts on two sides of the road. And one curb cut is further away from the intersection because DOT has a 75-foot requirement from the intersection. So we are conscious about that and put it in the space. And even though we did that, staff has consulted with the engineer, with Charleston County Brett Champion, and also with West Linker. And they are amenable to the proposed curb cut as shown. There's a question about whether it's owned by DOT. It's owned by Charleston County. So they will be the one giving us the encroachment permit for those two curb cuts.
That answers your question, Mr. Neal? Okay. You got 3 more minutes.
I think the responses to the criteria was well prepared, and we're in agreement with it.
Okay. So, not that I should answer this question. What about your parking spots? How many parking spots do you have?
17,
And you're required to have,
17.
is that not supposed to be 20?
It's,
I'm trying to understand the math there.
Go ahead.
yeah, I think that if you, 6,000 divided by 300,
Yeah, that gives you 20.
20?
Yeah,
But
and we're allowed to do a slight
Administrative.
reduction administratively, so,
That's all we could fit on the site.
yeah.
So I would like to give you some gratitude for preserving those very large oak trees that are on the property. And just to not have a request in to have those removed, I think that's admirable. And I think that's where county did give you that latitude for those trees, because anybody else would have requested to move them or to remove them. That's just my little commentary, Mr. Neal, because I know you was going to go there.
Okay, just real quick, sorry, I did take what I just said back. I did just recount. It looks like there are 20, required is 20.
Yeah.
So that's why they increased the building size just a little bit, and that kicked them over the,
Yeah, it's 17 and 3.
Yeah.
3 on one side, 17 on the other.
yeah, so.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. Do you have an idea of what kind of tenants will be occupying this building?
The client is here, professional services, I would think, lawyers, engineers, maybe medical.
Because that's a nasty little spot there.
Yeah.
That's a very heavily trafficked area. So what are you guys going to do to kind of mitigate some of the flow of the traffic getting in and out of that area? Because they're not going to be able to get out because it's very tough in that area on 41, right there at that neck. So how has your client prepared to get clients and everybody in and out of that place safely?
I think this intersection is being designed or redesigned as part of the Highway 41 widening. And there is a proposed,
Got 4 proposals. Go ahead.
yeah, there's a proposed traffic, not interchange, but a redesign of that intersection, which will facilitate the traffic flow, both in and out of 17 and 41. So hopefully that change will help improve that flow.
Okay. Mr. Neal, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo the chairman's thoughts on, I appreciate you not coming in for a variance to remove the trees, so I give you a lot of leeway there, at least personally here. The only question I really have to follow up is, do you happen to know what the traffic grade level is at the corner of Gregory Ferry Road and 41? Did any of that come out in your reports with DOT or, and package that with what the chairman, I believe, is alluding to in the traffic counts there? Is there any line of sight issues with another curb cut right there on that cul-de-sac end? Just trying to put those two together.
Like I said, the volume is very low because of the cul-de-sac.
No, my question is, do you know what the grade level is from the South Carolina DOT on the interchange at 41 and Gregory Ferry Road? Is that not in one of y'all's reports or anything like that?
No, sir. We were not required to do because our
assessment.
access is on the inner road.
Right,
We were
Gregory
not
Ferry.
required to come up with that report.
Okay. And so there was no line of sight issues with DOT for,
No, sir. We are not accessing 41 or the initial Gregory Ferry Road when it comes off of 41.
right, so aren't you, how far away are you with that lower, I don't know if that's north or south, the curb cut that's closest to 41, do you know the distance between that and 41?
I would think it's about roughly 100 feet.
Yeah, isn't there a regulation on how far you can be from 41 to curb cut?
It's not even on, so here's 41, excuse me, I have a shoulder issue.
Okay.
This is 41, then Gregory Ferry is over here, and then we are on this Gregory Ferry Road.
Can we pull up the map of the, maybe the Google Earth map or whatever y'all have with the staff may have? Maybe you can, yeah, right
Yeah,
there.
that one, you see Gregory Ferry is off of 41,
Yes, sir.
but our curb cut is also on the Gregory Ferry that's not off of that main road, it's off of the one going down towards the
The
cul-de-sac.
cul-de-sac on the end.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not an issue.
Yes, sir. It's
Thank
not.
you very much. I'm good, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on that side? Board members? Mr. Nelson? Yes, sir. Ms. Jordan? Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Okay. Do we have anyone to speak in opposition for this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Very good. Thank you. This case is now closed to the public. Board members, do we have any other additional questions for staff? Any discussion? All right, gentlemen. I need a motion to either approve or deny this particular. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, on the matter of BZA 0923-00708, I move that we approve this requested variance. I think there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this property, protecting two grand trees, with still trying to maintain the parking requirement for the building. And these conditions do not apply to other property in the vicinity. The nature of this, the shape of this lot and its position within the streets surrounding it. And to deny this variance would unnecessarily restrict this property from having three additional parking spaces, which would prevent the full use of the property. The variance is not a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good. As stated, there's low volume in this cul-de-sac area, will not create more traffic issues for nearby residents. It will not establish a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. The need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's actions, but because of the trees that are being sought to be saved, and the variance will not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan. I'll move that this way. And staff, I didn't see any staff comments.
You have one.
I'm sorry, I overlooked that.
The one staff condition was that the applicant shall complete the site plan review process.
All right, and include the adherence with the staff recommendations and comments.
Do we have a second? Second. All right, we have a second. Yes, Trueslow. I'm looking on this side too, Mr. Jordan. I'm not going to forget you. Any discussion? None? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you. So within 10 business days, you'll get information from staff letting you know the next steps and the process. So moving forward. Once again, congratulations. Okay. Our next case is case BZA 0923-00709. And that will be done also by Mr. Joshua Downing.
All right, BZA 0923-00709. The applicant, the property owner, Jamie Ford, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 442 Parkdale Drive, TMS number 31011000027 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding properties are located in the low-density R4 zoning district, with the exception of the property to the west that is in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. The property contains a single-family residence that was constructed in 1943 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 3 bedrooms and has shown 10 parking spaces on their site plan. The applicant's letter of intent explains, I propose to utilize my property at 442 Parkdale Drive for a short-term rental use. The property would be used for a short-term rental for a portion of the year. The majority of the year will be dedicated to housing transitional families to the city and traveling nurses on long-term basis. So that is the definitions for short-term rental. That is the subject property. An aerial view of the subject property. Staff conducted a site visit on the 19th of October. That is the single-family residence and the proposed parking. Here are some surrounding properties. Parkdale Drive. The applicant's tenant notice that they are required to submit through the site plan review process, showing the emergency exits. The site plan. in the plat. So staff believes that all three of the criteria for this application may have been met. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 09-23-00709, a special exception to establish a short-term rental extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 442 Parkdale Drive, TMS number 31011000027 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. The board may modify any of staff's recommendation conditions below, including but not limited to restricting the number of days that the short-term rental may be rented. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the limited site plan review process. The use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. The property shall not be used for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year, and the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. Any questions of staff?
Mr. Neal.
You go first.
Mr. County, how many short-term rental, how many short-term rental properties are in the immediate vicinity?
In the immediate vicinity, I do not have an exact number, but I know that there are 2 that came before this board that are across the street, and then there are 1 or 2 down the street. So I believe 5 altogether in the immediate area.
Yes,
That's
sir.
in the county's jurisdiction. I'm not sure if there are any that are in the city's jurisdiction, but that's in the county's jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
Be extended rentals or just short-term rentals?
So there are 2, I believe, that are limited, and then I believe that 3 that are limited, and 2, I believe, are extended home rentals.
You said they're on the map. Do you have can you pull up the map and point those out for us?
So I believe that parcel 13 is a short-term rental, and then I believe it was also parcel 15.
You said 15?
15 and 13, if I'm not mistaken.
Do we have may I follow up? Is there a way to find out about the extended ones that are in
Those
the
are the ones that they extended.
Oh, those are the extended ones.
Yeah, I know parcel 13 definitely, but I believe it's also parcel 15.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Did anyone else have a question? Thank you. Is the applicant present? Oh, very good. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
My name is Jamie Ford, 442 Parkdale Drive, Charleston, South Carolina, 29414. This property was purchased about a little over a year ago by me and my husband with the intent to stay there and live there. We really love the community, love the area. It was a big deal for us to even purchase in this location. But after all of our renovating and putting the money and furnishing the house, as fate would have it, we found out we were having our first child. And so we decided to move a little bit closer to family. And when I say closer, it's like Fox Bank, but we're right across the street from them. That opportunity came open. And so wanting to still keep this home as a family home, when we were decorating and, kind of getting life started there, we decided to call it the Olive House. Found out we were having a son. His name is Oliver. So the house does mean a lot to us. We're trying to keep it around versus selling it. Our house is lined with a fence. We have, and then really a dense tree line to the right of the house, back of the house, and really the only neighbor that we can visually see, because the neighbor in front of us also has a tree line, is our neighbor to the right. We have to go to the front yard to see him. So we've been in conversation with him about our plans and our intentions, and he fully understands what we plan to do, is comfortable with it, I believe, unless he's here to say otherwise, but I don't think so. And so, like I said, in our transition time, we have been able to do month-to-month rentals. For nurses, Roper is right around the way. Also, I said transitioning homes, people that are building houses, moving in from other states, we've been able to have them come and stay also.
Okay, very good. What type of so you're going to do an Airbnb here pretty much, right?
Short-term rental, yes, using the platform Airbnb. It would not be our first rodeo with Airbnb. We do use that to find our longer tenant stays, at least a month. And we find that they help us vet the tenants really well. In addition to, if they're staying longer, we do our own background checks on them too. We're able to do that. I know it's a little bit different when it comes to short-term rentals, but they do vet. They have a process for, who can even operate on the platform.
And you're saying that you're going to continue to live in close proximity to this unit?
Yes, close proximity. We would be about 35 minutes away, depending on traffic. Our neighbors have our phone numbers, even with the people that have stayed for a month at a time. We always let them know who's coming in, when they're coming in. This is our number if you need anything, and we haven't had any issues, which we're very grateful for.
Okay. Let me see if any other board members have a question.
Of course.
Any? Mr. Neal?
Thank you. A couple of quick questions.
Yeah.
I think on the application, somebody said there was 10 cars we're trying to put. How many cars are required for what you're trying to do?
I believe there was only we have 3 bedrooms, so I believe there was only 5 required. The house had a huge driveway, so we just put rock on it. So I guess it's measuring for.
Yeah,
for
so you're not
consistency.
parking cars in the yard, right?
No, it's a humongous drive.
Right. Another couple quick follow-ups. Did you say you're currently using VRBO or whatever the other ones are?
Airbnb. And no, we haven't used VRBO. We haven't used that, but Airbnb for finding 3 months plus stays.
So how many days out of the year are you currently using this property for short-term rentals?
I know the max would be 144, but really what we would like to do is not have too much turnover. We do want to be able to have people come in for 3 months at a time where we can, and then supplement with the 144 days. Ideally, that would be during the summer months where, and honestly, you just get more money during the summer as people travel.
Mr. Neal, I don't want to interrupt unless I have to, but currently the property is not being used as a short-term rental. Short-term rentals are defined as anything 29 consecutive days or less. Right. What she is describing and what has been consistent with her advertisement is that the rentals are greater than 30 days. 30 days or greater.
Greater than 30 days.
So it's not being currently used as a short-term rental.
All right, well, that actually solves my question then. Okay, I'm fine, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this side? Gentlemen, on this side? Questions? Thank you so very much for your testimony tonight. That's it? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Do we have anyone else in support of this application? Do we have anyone else in support of this application? Do we have anyone in opposition to this application? Do we have anyone in opposition? Okay, very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Any general discussion? If not, can I get a motion to approve or disapprove this case?
I would make a motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
I move to approve the request to establish a short-term rental property, extended home rental. Some of the reasons are contained, legal and factual, are contained in Chapter 6 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Ordinance. Section 6-1 provides the corresponding table that we've looked at, and occupancy. Section 6.8 relates to short-term rentals. Terms and conditions would be incorporated by reference. This was properly noticed and thoroughly reviewed, and that's documented. It's a single-family residence that was constructed in 1943 by the best information that is available. There's ample parking that's available. In moving to approve this request, I've referred to Article 6, and in particular Article 6.8. Pursuant to 6.8, 2C1, the applicant will avers that she will uphold the good standards and will vet her tenants, and she has articulated that very well. She'll be close by. She'll have noise guidelines. That covers 2.2C.1, or paragraph 1. 2C, paren 2, the applicant is in the review process as is proper. Under 2C, paren 3, she will have this property and it's a short-term rental for less than 144 days. I would make this, with this motion, mindful, and then so long as it's in compliance with staff recommendations,
And
1 through 4. That would call for a short-term rental review process, comply with 6.8 of the ordinance, and compliance with the noise ordinance.
thank you. To include setbacks.
Yes.
All right. All right, we have a motion that has been approved in second. Questions?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure on the record, there was one comment in public comment in opposition. I just want to make sure that staff, board's aware that I believe we had one on the record. They're not here tonight, but there was one on the record.
Yes, sir. Thank you so very much for that. Is there anything in particular about that comment?
No,
that you
I just wanted to make sure we were aware of it. It was one person.
Okay. So, thank you, sir. Do we have any other discussion? So it's been properly moved and second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Well, it's unanimous. So congratulations, young lady. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, staff will be contacting you, letting you know the next steps in your application process. All right. Thank you and good night. Next case that we have is case BZA 0923-00710. That'll also be administered by Mr. Joshua Downey.
All right, so BZA case 0923-00710. The applicant and property owner, John Jackson, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental extended home rental in the low-density manufactured housing subdivision at 1619 Widgeon Lane, TMS number 331707085 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding properties are located in the low-density manufactured housing subdivision MHS zoning district. The property contains a manufactured home with 3 bedrooms that was constructed in 2020 per Charleston County records. The request is to rent out 3 bedrooms for up to 144 days per year. The applicant's letter of intent explains to rent out my residence at 1619 Widgeon Lane to help cover the mortgage. I work downtown, and in peak season, I need to be closer to work. We stay at the Folly Widgeon Lane on off days. Again, the definition of short-term rental. That is a zoning map of the subject property, an aerial view of the subject property. Staff conducted a site visit on the 19th of October. That is the single-family residence and the parking. Some of the surrounding properties in the neighborhood. That is Widgeon Lane. That is the tenant notice showing the emergency evacuation routes. The site plan. That is the plat. So staff believes that all three of the criteria for this application may have been met. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 09-23-00710, the special exception request to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density manufactured housing subdivision at 1619 Widgeon Lane, TMS number 331070085 on James Island in Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. The board may modify any of staff's recommended conditions below, including but not limited to restricting the number of days a short-term rental may be rented. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the limited site plan review process. The use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. The property shall not be used for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year, and the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. Any questions?
Mr. Neal? I saw Mr. Neal first.
This might be a question for the applicant, but I just wanted to confirm with staff first. On the application, I saw, and with this drawing, it shows that there's 3 bedrooms, but it says maximum number of guests, 8 people. I'm trying to understand the math on that one. That one makes it a little bit, seems a little excessive, so maybe that's a mistake on the application.
So the number of guests is for the applicant to determine, so that would definitely be a question.
Yeah,
for them.
we'll ask him for that then. And then just personal knowledge here, where is Widgeon Lane? I'm not familiar with that area.
That would be in the Riverfront subdivision on James Island. Solagri would be if you're going toward Folly Beach. Solagri would be to the right, and the Riverfront neighborhood would be off to the left. Very close to Folly Beach, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That helps tremendously. Thank you. I'll hold my question for the applicant.
Mr. Sedell?
Mr. Downey, similar to the last case, how many short-term rentals? Yeah. How many short-term rental properties are there in this area? And
So altogether, short-term rentals, I'm not sure. As far as extended home rentals that have been brought to this board, I just did a data search. There are 15. This is the 15th application that has come to this board out of this Riverfront neighborhood. Okay. Our planning director likes to joke with me and says, if Riverfront and Riverland Terrace did not do short-term rentals, I wouldn't have a job. So there are several in this neighborhood. A lot, yes, sir.
okay.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Is the applicant present? Yes, sir. Please come to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Hello, John Jackson.
Please lift that mic up a little bit, please.
John Jackson. Sorry.
Sorry.
Stay there, please. Okay. Sorry, John Jackson. Currently, I own this property.
Your address?
I rent downtown at 189 Line Street, Apartment B, the last 4.5 years, and also
Thank you.
work downtown at 186 Cumming Street.
Thank you, sir.
So work is, I grew up in Clemson and grew up vacationing at Folly. So learned to crab out there with mom, dad, all that stuff every summer. And eventually want to retire to that area. But my work schedule right now is intense. And so I need to be closer to work downtown. I'm pulling 70, 80 hours a week, a lot of weeks, and have to be on the premises. So, you know, breaks, holidays, stuff like that, me and my son can go out there, dogs can go out there, all that, or if mom, dad, brothers come in town, all that, they can stay as well. But it's simply that for me. And this just helps offset that because I need to be closer to work downtown.
So if I'm clear, you're saying that you need to be closer to downtown where you work.
Yes.
And what's your line of profession?
I own a restaurant downtown
Okay. Well, that's
for the last almost 7 years.
well, great. What's the name of this great restaurant? We might want to.
Sorghum and Salt. Sorghum and Salt
Sorghum
on
and Salt.
Cumming Street.
Okay.
Right next to Dave's. Cross street is on Morris.
Well, I hope business is good and keeps you busy.
It keeps me busier than it needs to sometimes,
Okay.
especially with
okay.
staffing. But
Well, good. I saw a hand over here, Mr. Neal. He has a question or two for you.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on the, if it's, this is, you're confirming this is a 3-bedroom house?
it is 3, yes, sir.
So why on the application do you think you should maximize 8 people?
Does it have a sleeper sofa in the living room?
I'm sorry?
There's a sleeper sofa in the living room?
In the den
Yes, sir.
or in the living room?
Yes, sir.
How much parking do you have available?
I believe it's 5.
Would this be broken out into like different groups or one group for the whole place?
It's just one family, no parties, no late night, no smoking. I have somebody landscaping it throughout the year when we're not there.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else have a question of the applicant? How far from the beach are you, typically?
Maybe less than a mile?
Less than a mile.
I'm guessing, but somewhere around there.
So how will you be able to deal with problems basically when they arise or if they were to arise?
I would drive over there. I mean, I've had tenants locked out or stuff like that where I had to go and let them in or whatnot, or go drop off supplies or landscaping or whatever.
Are you looking to use some particular platform to advertise your property?
I was using Evolve. Evolve?
Evolve?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have anybody heard of Evolve? I had.
They're a property management group that would use Airbnb or VRBO to advertise.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you so very much
Thank
for your
you.
testimony today.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else in support of this application? Do we have anyone in support of this application? Do we have anyone in opposition to this application? Okay, I see the both of you there. One at a time, please. Please come to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is James Dowds. I live at 1612 Turns Nest Road, right behind this house we're in questioning right now. It's right over my back fence. All 3 of our bedroom windows face the backyard. I'm scared to death it's going in. I've got heart disease. I don't have the best of health, and it's so stressful to think that Airbnb is going to go right outside our window. We don't want it. I have 2 lots behind me that are catty-cornered, and the one over here is vacant, and they're getting ready to put a house in there. They're bringing in the pilings now, but you know, that's fine. That's fair. I don't like it, but I can lump it because the guy's got a house and he's got a right to build. But over here, then the blue trailer that they're trying to turn into an Airbnb, that's not fair. That's not what it's designed for. The conditions on Folly Beach with the short-term cap, they're coming into our subdivision like crazy because it's the closest low-income, working-class subdivision to Folly. And we're seeing a lot of them coming. They're all over the place. And all my best friend lives down, his lifestyle's been ruined. He's got an Airbnb on this side, and he's got one being expanded on the other side. He lives on Covey Lane. And I just think that, you know, I've been there 20 years. That's my life, man. I'm dug in. And it's not going to be quiet. And we're talking about 5 parking spaces. If you'll look at that lot closely, you'll see that the drainage issue on both sides, there's a 7-foot drainage right-of-way that is right now inside their fence. And it looks like they've taken over it. This is the previous owner who put it all up there. But at the front of the drainage is about a foot of asphalt. That's where the parking is coming from. And if you look closely, that asphalt is plugging the drainage on the left side of the house, facing it on the right side. Now, on the left side, there's another 7-foot drainage that was also fenced in by the previous owner. Thank you. So there's 2 7-foot drainage right-of-ways that have added to the property, but which is really not the problem. But the problem is they're plugged up at the street and they don't drain. And when you move that asphalt, which is going to have to happen, you're going to lose some parking. But nonetheless, it's the right thing in the wrong place. It doesn't belong. It's my life, man. I grew up here. It's everything, and it's just we're just sunk over it. It's stressful, And it just doesn't have to be. It's a literally, these people are gonna come and go, and they don't care about me. Why should they? They're on vacation. You know, who knows? They might bring dogs, they might not, but they have enough room in the backyard for a big above-ground pool. I can just imagine that.
Okay, let me help you here. Let me help you, because your time is exhausted, okay?
I'm sorry.
Your time has run out.
Thank
So
you.
let me help you with a question. You stated that you've lived there 20 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what we have to address are some of these criteria. We had 3 criteria for this particular case, okay? Do you feel that they're going to have a lot of noise on this property that would disturb you and the way that you live and actually move about through your
Yes, sir.
day-to-day?
Yes, sir.
How so?
How could it not?
Well, that's what we have to figure out, but I'm asking,
Right.
we need you to tell us how.
Well,
Have any of your other neighbors had problems with Airbnbs in this area or vacation rentals?
oh, I can't speak to my other neighbors. This is the first one that's breathed down my back neck. My other neighbors have complained. Yes, I have a good friend on Covey who hates them, the Airbnb.
So what are they, well, you can't give their testimony.
But I can't use him as an example. He's not here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying there are a lot of Airbnbs on the island, and maybe some people are happy with them. In the right place at the right time. I'm not against them per se. I just want to protect my peace and quiet.
Okay. All right. Let me see if anyone else has a question here. Let me start with Mr. Jordan first, please. Mr. Jordan?
The other house that you alluded to that's being built near you, is that going to be a single family or is that going to be a rental?
The rental or mine?
You said pilings were being put in?
Next door to you.
Next door, there's another house going up, catty-corner, and I don't know what's going on. Pilings have been there, they cleared the lot, they got the oak tree taken out like they wanted to, and then they let it sit. But now the pilings are going in, and it looks like a house is going up soon.
So if it becomes a rental too, would you have an issue with that?
If it's an Airbnb with that sort of traffic of people, the complaints I've heard from my neighbors about Airbnb people and the noise they make and the standing out, checking in and standing out, I think it's like playing a rock song on a country station. It's the wrong format.
But what
for a
about if it's
hotel.
a single-family home and there's noise being made there?
Sorry?
If that becomes a single-family home, there's going to be some noise coming out of there. How you would
That's
feel about
fine. That's fine with me, yeah. I have plenty of neighbors and we have a certain amount of noise, but like I say, that's.
that? So there's noise either way, right?
They've got every right to build their
There'll be
house.
noise either way.
I'm sorry?
There'll be noise either way, regardless of what comes in there, right?
No, I don't think the neighborhoods, if I'm a neighbor affected by an Airbnb and that new house that's going up wants to be an Airbnb, what am I supposed to do? Let it make a lot of noise and see, or come here ahead of time? What would you suggest?
Thank you.
Mr. Neal?
Thank you. So if maybe you can educate our board a little bit more on the things around your house in proximity with this applicant. So can you see the screen and the applicant's
I
is.
took a picture of his house over my fence.
Listen to what I'm going to ask you real quick, and you can. I think they're going to be real easy questions. It's okay.
Mr. Downey, could you blow that up a little bit?
Yeah.
Enlarge that.
So we're looking at, the applicant is 085 on the map that I'm looking at. So which house is yours? Can you see up here? You can walk up here if you need to. If Mr. Chair will let that.
Yeah.
So are you on 060?
Double lot right in front, right there, that's me.
Okay, so that's you. So, back to my microphone. So on 060, go back to your microphone so everybody else can hear you when I ask the question.
Now, the area that we border on, even though it's inside his lot, is not his property.
Okay.
It's a public drainage area of 7 feet that they have ensconced, probably illegally, I don't know, but that's not, I don't really have a dog in that fight.
Well, drainage will be one of my questions, but the first question I have before that is, do you have on the back of your lot, which is going to, your closest point to this applicant's lot of 085, do you have a fence back there? Because it
Yes,
looks
sir.
like the only crossing point is really small. It's right here.
There's a fence that goes all the way up and down that.
Okay, is that your fence or is that their fence? Do we know?
It's my fence where it's in front of that house.
Okay, so there is a fence back there at least,
sir.
so
It's
there's
a
no
six-
going to be
It's
intrusion.
a 6-foot wooden
If
privacy.
somebody brings a dog or anything like that, there shouldn't be any issues there, right?
No, there shouldn't be any dogs getting through.
So the drainage is my next question. Tell me a little bit about this drainage. So there's a lot on 084. Is there a house on 084 right there next to it?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the applicant's house. This is your house. Where's the vacant lot that you're talking about?
The drainage is between the house right behind me and the house in question tonight. Right, that thick line.
Can staff help on that? Just tell me which one it is from the numbers. I don't quite understand what he's trying to.
I'll come up and point.
It's up to the chairman.
There's a drainage easement between 84 and 85. Let me
Okay.
look at the plot.
Maybe we can go back to the plat.
You
when
pull
it-
up the
Let me-
plat,
I'll look
it
at it.
shows on the plat that it's a
186
drainage
has
easement that
drainage
borders
on
both
both
the properties.
sides.
84 and 85? Okay, well, that's my questions with the gentleman in opposition, so I'll follow up after that.
Mr. Jordan?
That house that I was just asking you about that's being built beside you, I can only assume there might have been a zoning hearing for that. Did you attend that meeting and express any opposition?
When the tree was removed?
When the other house is being built, were you
The one in
opposed
the-
to that?
Which house? The one directly
The
behind
one
me?
that you said about the pilings?
This one in question?
No, the other one. The one you mentioned is being built right beside.
Oh, the one that I mentioned is going up? No, sir.
You didn't
Miss-
go and
Mr.
express any
Jordan.
opposition to that?
Mr. Jordan, that wouldn't have been a
That's not
public
an
hearing
Airbnb.
for a single-family residence in the zoning
So
district.
that is what it's being zoned for then?
Yes, the zoning is for a single-family residence, so that
That's
wouldn't have
what
been a
I'm
public
looking
hearing.
for. Thank you.
Building permit.
All right, do we have any more questions of this gentleman? Any? Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I saw another hand over there, young lady. Yes. Thank you so very much. Please state your name and address. You might want to bring that mic down. There we go. We want to hear you.
My name's Catherine Williams. I also live at 1612 Turns Nest Road. I have lived there for 2 years. I remember when that island was forest, and it was divided. I don't know why it's called low density, because actually the houses are really quite close together. The lots were made so that manufactured homes could be slid very conveniently and easily into these lots. And the distance between my study in the house and the property in question is about 50 feet. I can see from my window right down into their yard. And to tell you a little bit about why this matters, this island was zoned for single-family occupancy, and the people who bought in there have, as they're able, replaced the manufactured homes with stick-built houses as they can. And they've maintained a community culture for some 20 years. And the neighborhood doesn't feel that congested because we've learned to keep our social interactions quiet because we're so close together. And so the people behave in accordance with the needs of young families with small children and older families like us we go to sleep at 9 o'clock, okay? And the county may say that it's okay to make noise until 11 o'clock, but that's not always the way a neighborhood wants to have things. Most of the people who have bought here are attracted to the quiet and friendly feel of this enclave. And the people who rent learn pretty quickly how to behave. Right next door to us, we have a double-wide trailer that's rented to 6 or 8 college students, and we had to ask them repeatedly to keep it down on the weekends. And eventually they learned, and now they're no trouble. They've learned how to manage the trash and to keep the noise down, and they're actually nice neighbors. Now, a 3-bedroom turnkey that can sleep 8 because they have a pull-out, we know what this is. This is Folly Beach vacationers. And the reason it's unacceptable to us is because people come there to vacation, they come to party, they have no reason to behave since they're just passing through, and the owner isn't present. They may look perfectly good on paper when they're vetted by the advertising agency, but why should they behave? They're there for a weekend. The owner is going to be downtown working and not able to intervene on our behalf when there's a situation that we don't like.
Okay. Thank you so very much. Let me help you because your time has
Okay.
elapsed.
Please.
Okay, sure. So help me understand how it will otherwise adversely affect you, such as things with parking, noise, dust. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? With this particular piece of property,
Well,
this application?
their driveway is on another block over, so I don't think whatever traffic they create will hurt us. It's going to be mostly a noise issue. We're as far up from their property as you and I.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when these presumably vacationers are in for the night, they're going to be probably, I'm guessing, gathered from maybe college reunions, bridal shower visitors, and they're not going to want to be quiet to suit the old people who are living around them. I think that it's different if the owner is present, because people will behave if the owner's present. There's someone who can report back. But it's mostly noise.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Let me see if one of the other board members may have a particular question for you,
Please
if you
do.
would like. Thank you. Do we have anyone that has a particular question? So let me give you just a little ammunition.
Okay.
If this application is approved, let's say that hypothetically, if there were any problems with noise or anything that's on these up 3 criteria that we have,
Okay.
you can report it to this young man over here and this staff that's over here. And they only have a few opportunities where they can violate the noise ordinance and other ordinances that we have in place. It's just a phone call or a letter.
Okay.
Okay, so that will give you some resolve and some resolution if this application were to be approved, and it could be a problem. You would also have the opportunity to possibly, if he would share his telephone number with you, that you could contact this gentleman if there ever were, I see your hand, if there ever were a problem to arise. Hopefully, after this meeting, that the 2 of you or the 3 of you could come together and just talk, either whether this is approved or disapproved, okay? Because we want to make sure that everybody sees eye to eye at the end of the day, okay?
I thank you for your community spirit.
Yes.
I'm not sure that the people who will be renting short-term will have our community in mind. That's my concern.
Well, I hope that if this application is approved, that he has that same spirit that you have, and that they would abide if it's so approved.
I would
So let's
hope.
pray on that.
Okay. Thank you for your service on the zoning board. You're
Thank you.
all that stands between us and the invaders.
We will continue to be
Appreciate it.
gatekeepers. Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Awesome. Sir, you have the right of rebuttal at this time, if you will. Yes. Please come back to the podium. Please state your name and address for record. And you
sorry.
have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, John Jackson, still 189 Line Street, concerning this property that I own. To my knowledge, there haven't been any issues with noise at this property. We don't allow parties.
Would you say that again, please?
We don't allow parties, specifically mentioned to all guests. We don't allow noise after 10 o'clock. We don't allow smoking. I actually don't allow dogs. I did mention dogs earlier, but that would be me taking my dogs out there. So I don't see that being an issue either. So I grew up vacationing in Folly. This is not like I own 15 properties or anything. I don't own anything else. I just need to be at work. So, I mean, it is what it is. It's the restaurant business. But I actually plan on being out there for Thanksgiving as well with my son and girlfriend. But yeah, so I mean, it's an important property to me because it's where I want to retire eventually.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to meet these fine people yet?
I've not, but I'm happy to give them my card with my cell phone number should they ever have an issue, my email, whatever they need. I mean, I'm 15 minutes away. You know,
That's
I'm
that's
pretty easy
very
to reach.
good if it were to be approved tonight.
Sure.
Let's see if
Happy
any
to
other
write.
board member has a question for you
Sure.
regarding that. Do we have any? Mr. Jordan? And, yes, sir. Mr. Jordan? Uh-oh, he's rubbing his hand there.
No, I'm thinking. I know what I want to say. I don't know how to say it. Restaurants tend to be sort of loud, right?
Some, we're fairly fine dining.
But most of them are where I'm at. So these folks, they have a problem going on out there, and they call you, and they either get your recorder, and you may not hear the call. What recourse do they have if they really need help?
I can give my business phone number as well.
Would a recorder answer it, or would somebody answer it?
No, we have a dining room manager and all that. I'm actually the chef there, but it's an open kitchen.
That's one of my biggest
Yeah.
peeves in today's world is recorders. And
No,
people say
actually
call
have-
anytime.
No, so we
Technology.
actually have people answering the phone during service and business hours and all that. So that's no problem.
I'm one of these kind of people that when I call somewhere and they say, yeah, let me connect you right now, then I get a recorder.
Oh, yeah,
And I
no.
call back and ask for the person again, and they say, well, didn't you get him? I said, no, I got the recorder, and it don't talk back. So I guess it's an AIDS thing.
Yeah, no, we don't have that. We have actual people
They're
that
probably
answer
like
the
me,
phone.
probably tired of this computer world too.
Very good. Mr. Nelson, you had a question?
Yes, Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
this house, I think you referenced it, it is the only property that you own. Is it considered your primary residence?
Yes.
Mr. Downey will correct me if I'm wrong here, but if this is considered the house that he owns, it would be owner occupied and he would qualify for 72 days without even coming in front of the board. Is that correct?
Yes, he would if he was also claiming the 4% tax assessment ratio. I believe Mr. Jackson
Yeah.
has that limited home rental application. That's why I looked at him kind of funny just now.
Okay,
But
I'm
yes,
sorry,
I do
I missed
believe
that part.
he has that limited home rental application
Yes.
currently.
We have that, and we haven't had any issues, to my knowledge, so far with anything.
Okay, all right. I mean, that helps a lot because your neighbors have expressed a lot of concerns and hearing that it's already being
Yeah.
rented at least 72 days a year.
Yeah, haven't had any issues that I know of.
Okay, I'm satisfied.
Any questions on my work? Yes, sir. Mr. Neal, start with you.
Yes, I'm trying to get past this drainage issue. This might be a staff question as well, but, I mean, there were some comments made in opposition is that there's asphalt there and it's keeping drainage from working and you're going to park on the asphalt. I mean, I'm just trying to find out what issues there could be. Maybe we could put it in a motion that the site plan has got to be reviewed and approved by staff, which I think that was one of the things.
So from my understanding, Mr. Neal, that would be something that would have to be taken up with the Charleston County Public Works Department. Planning and zoning does not deal in draining. From my understanding, and when I did the site visit, the asphalt was there currently, and I believe permitted because that is a county drainage easement. Public Works does not have a issue from my understanding with it currently. If that is something that is a issue, it would be my recommendation that the applicant, along with his neighbors, follow up with the Charleston County Public Works Department.
Well, maybe I just rephrase the question. Then is the site plan, parking plan that's currently submitted, is that encroaching in the drainage area?
From what I saw, no, sir. When I
Okay.
reviewed it, no, sir, it was not.
All right, so then the follow-up question I have for the applicant, would you consider reducing your number of guests from 8 to 6 to match 2 per bedroom?
I mean, if I need to, yes. I mean, I've bought the furniture, but, I mean, if my brothers come with their girlfriends and me and my girlfriend and son are there, that's more than 6 people, and I would be using my own home for that.
So I'm trying to find a
But
way
yeah.
to,
No, I
I'm trying
understand. This
to
is the
accommodate
first
people.
I've
6 is
heard
better than
anything
8.
about- Yeah, this is the first I've heard anything about drainage.
you're okay
ever.
with going to 6?
Sure.
If that was a condition of the approval?
Yeah, but
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I'm
heard
fine.
nothing about drainage before tonight.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Jackson, you mentioned restrictions that you place on people who want to rent.
Yes, sir.
I think you said no parties, and did you say no noise after 10 o'clock was what was your?
I think it's indicated no loud parties, no loud noise, no parties. You know, I did have somebody that had a child's birthday party there that, like, you know, was like at 6 o'clock that they actually emailed and asked about. But, you know, I'm not like bringing in, to my knowledge, a lot of people that are like partying it up, blowing stuff up in the backyard. I don't even have a grill in the backyard. It is fenced. I have it maintained professionally. But yeah, I haven't had any issues with that.
Okay, and you have been renting this property now
Yes,
in the last year.
Since
How many
May.
people have you rented? I mean, how many days have you rented the property over the last?
I don't have it in front of me.
Just
Under the
ballpark?
70 under the 72, I didn't even start until like sometime in May. And I purchased the property in December of last year.
And you've had no complaints
No,
during
sir.
that time from any of the neighbors about
No, sir.
noise or anything? Okay,
I
thank
haven't
you.
heard anything before today.
Anyone down? Yes, sir, Mr. Jordan.
Forgive me that you might have already answered this or stated it, but what's your policy? You're going to tell your tenants about barking dogs?
I don't allow dogs.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier I might go
thought
when
you
I'm
had.
staying there with my dogs, but the listing doesn't
Thank
allow
you.
dogs. Sure.
Barking tenants.
Okay, anyone else? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, let's close it to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Any general discussion? Very good. A lot of great testimony here tonight. If that being said, can I please get a motion to either approve or deny this case? Anybody on my left want to take a stab at it?
Mr. Chair, in the
Thank you.
matter of BZA 0923-00710, I would make a motion to approve this request. I'm compelled by the testimony of the applicant that based upon the use as a limited short-term rental over the past couple of months, that there have been no issues, that there's no reason that would not continue to occur if more nights are allowed at this location. So in making this motion, I find that it does meet all three of the necessary criteria, that it is compatible with the existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare and character of the community. And now I'm compelled by the applicant's testimony that he will share his cell phone number with the neighbors in case there is a particular issue. So hopefully they can continue to get along. Criterion 2, that adequate provisions are made for such items as setbacks, buffering, to protect adjacent properties from possible adverse influence of the proposed STRP use. The applicant has stated there are fences on the property and has regulations in place to limit the partying that may occur on the property. And criterion 3, that it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of this ordinance. In making this motion, I would add all 4 of the special conditions recommended by staff.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Siddle. Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask if the member would modify his proposal to limit the occupancy to 6 instead of 8.
I think based upon the rental that's already occurred, using the number 8 as the number of residents that could be there at any time, that I think we're good sticking with 8 right now.
Okay. Thank
Good.
you.
Good. Yep. All right, any other discussion? Let's carry it to a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
There's one. Very good. It carries. So congratulations, sir. Your application has been approved. You will get information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations and good night, sir. All right. We have a 2-for-1 here. Then after that, we're going to have a short recess, okay?
Mr.
3 for...
For one, for the testimony, for the people that were in opposition,
Yes, please.
Can staff accommodate them with numbers for the noise ordinance and things like that, along with the applicant? But can staff contact them and let them know what type of remedies they have for contacting?
Mr. Downey, would you take care of that, please?
Yes, so I will, while Ms. Working is presenting her case, I will go downstairs and get my personal card for the
For the folks that
for the
in
folks
opposition.
that were in opposition. Any noise ordinance violation needs to be followed up with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office, and then that report needs to be given to planning and zoning staff. That way it's documented with a.
Yeah, I think they need to know that. But
way
that's
it's
great.
also documented.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that point of clarity. All right, we have now Ms. Working. Ms. Working has the next few cases that she will help us matriculate through, starting with case BZA 0923-00711.
Yes.
You want to start there first?
And I'll be presenting 00712 and 00713 as well.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
The applicant, Benjamin Lewis of BDG Architects, and the property owner, Shields Ferber.
Excuse me, Ms.
Jr.
Working.
Yes.
Ma'am, sir, Mr. Downey is going to give you some information, so just hold tight in that lobby so he can. Okay, thank you. I apologize.
No
Thank you.
worries. Yeah, the property owners, Shields Ferber Jr. of 2021 Radio Charleston LLC, and they're represented by Alvin Johnson, PE of Bowman Consulting Group. They're requesting 3 variances for a proposed bank at 844 Savannah Highway, which is TMS number 418-13-00175 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property is located in the St. Andrews Area Overlay, the Community Commercial Zoning District. Surrounding properties are located in the City of Charleston's jurisdiction. The 0.53 acre property has triple frontage on Savannah Highway, Radio Road, and Lolandra Avenue. The property currently contains 2 buildings and a canopy that will be demolished. So the first request, ending in 00711, is a variance request to reduce the required 75-foot access drive separation by 8.9 feet to 66.1 feet from Loandra, I think that's how you say it, Avenue and Radio Road intersection, and by 20.2 feet to 54.8 feet from the Savannah Highway and Radio Road intersection. And this is the Zeldar that applies to that case. Case BZA 0923-00712 is a variance request from the following landscaping, screening, and buffer requirements to reduce the required 15-foot type B right-of-way buffer along Radio Road for encroachment of the proposed building, to reduce the required landscape buffer and planting requirements along Radio Road and Lolandra Avenue to allow for encroachment of stormwater ponds and swales by more than 25% of buffer depth, and to plant shrubs only, and to remove 2 existing palmetto trees located within the Radio Road right-of-way landscape buffer. And these are the Zeldar regulations that apply to that case. Yeah. And finally, 3 is a variance request from the site lighting requirements to allow additional security lighting. And this is the ordinance for that. The project is currently in the site plan review process for a proposed 1,900 square foot building, the Fifth Third Branch Bank, parking, driveways, and 2 ponds. And staff conducted a site visit on October 19th, 2023. This is the aerial photo, and this is photographs of the postings that we did. And then you could see the canopy and the buildings that will be demolished. This is Radio Road, and, and the intersection of Radio and Lolandra and Savannah Highway. This is the site plan, and you can see the different access points on that corner. The tree survey and protection plan, landscape plan, and this is the photometric plan for the site lighting. This is the plat. So regarding the approval criteria, we stated that they meet 1, 2, and 5. They may meet 3, 4, 6, and 7. And the board may approve with conditions, or deny the request. Staff recommends the following conditions. One, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the applicant shall install an architectural wall along the ATM stacking lane along Lolandra Avenue. And we're showing a little graphic of what that would look like. And as far as voting for the cases, I mean, if y'all want to make a motion to approve all 3, I think it could be done in one motion. If you want to break it up, it just kind of depends on how discussion goes, so. You have any questions?
Does any of the board member have a question at this time? Very good, Ms. Working. So we're going to work through this slowly. Okay. One of you, please come on up. The applicant.
And I did put just the normal time, so if we need more time added, because it's technically 3 cases, we could do
Correct.
that.
I have one question before that.
Yes.
Ms. Working, go into a little bit more detail about the wall, the ATM stacking wall. I'm sure the applicants can follow up on it, but just show me, I'm trying to look at it here on the plat that you have up here, or the rendering that you have up here. But where is that in relation to Savannah Highway, and is there any queuing that's going to happen on the backside that disperses traffic? I guess it's Radio Lane or whatever is back there, Lolianda or whatever it is.
Yeah. So I think,
Because that's kind of a busy road behind it. I'm sure the applicant will be able to address that question.
they're showing the wall on the landscape plan along Savannah Highway, and then that's the Lolandra side where one of the entrances is, and it wraps around through the drive-through.
So is there any architectural, as a follow-up, is there any architectural guidelines that we're missing here? Because I know a lot of times there's buffers and they're asking for a variance on the buffers, but when you put a wall in there, a lot of times you don't have to do as much different stuff, and then plantings change. How does that?
So the wall is more to block the lights from
Right, the highway.
from the people parking.
Oh,
So
okay.
the lights going into the street for people parking. So that's what that's for. And it's within the buffer, but it's not a part of like the planning.
Not part of the
plan.
buffer and stuff.
Right.
Okay,
It's when, more than 10 spaces, yeah.
okay,
And
all right.
in this situation, yeah. you got
That helps. I'm sure the applicant will find it.
So
Thank you,
it'll
Mr.
help,
Chairman.
like, with lights from the cars
Okay.
that are parking at the bank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. So, welcome. We can only do one at a time unless you just care to stand. But the first person, I don't know how you want to, let me just do this. Let's talk on 711 first, okay? So which one are you going to address the issues with that first? Okay?
Mr. Chair, may I ask a point of reference here? As a thought and entertain, the variances are all intermingled together.
Correct.
And if there's a way we could talk all of them together, even if we have to ask a question to give them more time or something, I would.
I'm going to give them ample
Okay.
time. Yeah, I'm just going to start at the top.
Okay,
and work my
that's
way
fine,
down.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Alvin Thomas Johnson Jr. of 880 Island Park Drive, Suite 400. That's my work address. I can't afford to live on Daniel Island. But in reference to the separation reduction there along Lolandra and Radio Avenue, I don't know if you guys are familiar there with the site, but there's already a curb cut there, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe that distance is actually less than what we're actually going to propose. So we're actually increasing that distance there, and then it just also from a traffic flow perspective, if you look at the actual site plan, it just flows just better that way, just with that access point compared to the access point off of Savannah Highway. And then we've also been coordinating with the SCDOT. There's currently 2 curb cuts off of Savannah Highway, and we will be eliminating one of those and installing one right in, right out, and that has been deemed acceptable by Julie Fleming with the SCDOT. So just in speaking to 00711, it just makes for a much better site. It makes for the flow of traffic to actually flow better. if that makes any sense.
What did your traffic study indicate?
So we haven't done the traffic study yet, but we will have to perform a traffic study to basically demonstrate that we won't have queuing from the ATM drive-through onto Lolandra Drive, but we will be conducting a TIA.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Teal. Mr. Neal, I know you had a question about that.
Well, it's really more a question for either staff or the attorney here, and that is, can we approve something? I'm sure we can, but the traffic study, I mean, that's going to be the mitigation or the impact to that neighborhood back there with queuing and stuff. If they haven't done the traffic study, I'm trying to understand, how are we to approve this, or is this going to be approved with conditions?
Without the traffic study. Mr. Hugie?
Well, you answered your own question. You can approve it with conditions. You can approve it, but if you feel the need for the traffic study, you can give them more time to produce it.
We could do either. We could defer it, or we could give it. Okay, well, that's just one of the issues for that variance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Anybody else with questions for 711? Thank you, sir. Are you going to do 712 as well? Or how you guys want to break it up?
If you're going to do 711, you need to ask if there's anyone else in favor and
Yes,
also
I
if
did.
there's
Okay.
anyone in opposition.
Okay, you're right. Well, you know what? Okay, let's just do all three. Let's just do all three. Thank you, Mr. Huger, for that point of clarity. So we're going to do all three. However, you guys can kind of give us this information. It would just been easier for me to get it broken down, but we'll still get it done.
Okay.
Go ahead and just entertain the other. You did the first one.
So in reference to 00712, so just starting with the first bullet point, or just really combining them all. I mean, we have such a small site there. I mean, it's 0.53 acres. We have a 1,900 square foot building. We're required to have 7 parking spaces. We're actually showing 11 parking spaces, and that doesn't include the actual queuing for the site. This property is also located in a special protection area, an area of known flooding. So from a stormwater mitigation perspective, I mean, you have to figure out stormwater as well, right? So we have underground detention, we have surface ponds, and of course, as a result, we're going to have to encroach into those buffers. It's just almost, it's such a constraint to be able to try to figure out how do we meet the minimum requirements set forth in the ZLDR, as well as, you know, trying to maintain everything that we have to in order to be compliant with the Charleston County standards. So that's really the crux of the entire argument for us. Is just the overall challenge is that this site just carries. And back in terms of the actual stormwater, like I said earlier, if the stormwater standards weren't as stringent as they were, then maybe perhaps we could, you know, not have some of these challenges. But just outside of trying to figure out how do we get a 1,900 square foot building, the parking, the ATM, on a site that's only 0.53 acres, that's really the major crux here for us. And also, just like I stated earlier, this is an area of known flooding, and the current site is pretty much 100% pervious. So this is actually going to help solve some of the downstream flooding issues, because we're not going to be, you know, releasing as much stormwater in a post-development condition as we would in a pre-development condition, excuse me. And then as far as the removal of the 2 palmetto trees, we are open to potentially transplanting those trees if staff isn't on board with us being able to completely remove those trees. So so really just the buffers really dramatically reduces the amount of area in which we can build upon. So that's why we're asking for some relief there. We're not asking for a total removal. We're just asking for a little bit of relief, excuse me.
Okay. Very good. I see you.
So I'm good.
Any questions down on this side? On my left? No? All right, Mr. Neal.
I'm going to wait till the third one, and then I have one summary question, so I'll wait.
Well, he addressed all of it.
Okay. Well, then I think what would be easier, since we're lumping these
We are going to lump them.
three variances together, if somebody from the team can help me get through the approval criteria for zoning variances on the criteria number 3, 4, 6, and 7, since those are the ones that seem to be, staff has said they may meet. So if somebody
Okay.
could explain how they do, that would help me.
Thank you, sir, for coming forward. Please state your name and address for our record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Hellman, 105 Broad Street, Charleston.
Thank you,
and
sir.
I'm with Hellman Yates, an attorney who represents actually ultimately the bank that will be located here. And in response to those questions that Mr. Neal asked, there are a number that staff said we may meet. First of all, with respect to the ones we do meet, this is sort of it is an extraordinary and exceptional piece of property. If you look at it, it's almost triangular in shape. It's surrounded by 3 roads, Savannah Highway, which is heavily trafficked, Radio Road, which serves as a connector between Savannah Highway and Magnolia, both heavily trafficked roads. The speeds are somewhat high on Radio as people come on and off those roads to connect. And then Lolandra, which at that corner is commercial. Right across the street from us is another bank with a drive-through, Ameris Bank. There are a number of banks in this area. So it's an extraordinary, exceptional piece of property. There really aren't extraordinary, exceptional pieces of property like this in the vicinity. But because of this odd shape of this parcel, the difficulty with the roads that we're located on, we're very narrow on Radio, so we can't use Radio as a means of ingress and egress. We've got Lolandra in the back, and we're limited to right in, right out by the DOT on Savannah Highway. So because of all that, it really makes it difficult, the unreasonably restrict element of the third prong of the variance test. So yes, we can build on it, but it truly unreasonably restricts. And to that end, the bank that's being built here on this property is 1,900 square feet. There's an ATM and a vacuum system for that ATM, all combined into one. And that's literally all that fits. So they're making it as compact as possible. So if you look at what's there now, there's substantially more, as was able to be developed under the old ordinance with the old gas station and garage and the like. The next prong will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or public good, and the character will not be harmed. I think the character actually is benefited by what's being built here. There's not a really, other than the palmetto trees, the 2 palmetto trees, there's no vegetation on this property. It's 100% concrete. There is no drainage. And it will be made much better as a result of these improvements helping the district. And just running through these, the variance not being a result of our own actions, the property is as it's been for decades, as long as I can remember. So the variances that we need really are a function of the difficulty in working through the county's ordinances on a small half-acre site like this. The one variance that we're seeking as it relates to lighting is a function of the ATM cameras, comfort. We're surrounded by banks in this area. All the banks use the same type of security lighting because they know what the minimum amount of lighting is necessary for people to feel comfortable at an ATM, particularly as we celebrate now the second day of standard time and it getting dark at a very early hour. We can probably all appreciate that. And then lastly, does not conflict with the comp plan or the purposes of the ordinance. I think what we're seeking here, if you look at what's there now and the variances we're seeking, we bring the property so much more into conformity or conformance with the ordinance that I think we meet that prong as well. Thank you for that mouthful.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hellman, on the issue with the queuing and the traffic report, is that something y'all are planning on doing? How should we handle that, or how would you like to see that handled best from your side?
Mr. Neal, I think First of all, Fifth Third Bank that's going here has a great deal of knowledge about what their banks require. The county's own ordinance requires a minimum of 3 stacking spaces, and we meet or exceed that. I think as just as a condition, if the board were considering an approval, that just a condition that the traffic study reflects the requirements in the plan that we meet and satisfies that the traffic study, the plan satisfies the traffic study. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Y'all are already doing a traffic study, or that's part of the next step?
An impact analysis,
Okay.
correct. Correct.
So it's not something else extra you would have to do. It's part of the impact analysis that you're already doing.
It would be part of the impact analysis.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Any other questions on my right? My left? Ms. Smalls, you quiet. Welcome, though.
Mr. Neal has asked quite a few of my questions, but I'm quite familiar with this corner, and I know that the traffic trying to get out of Radio Road already onto Savannah is pretty tight, so I'm just a bit concerned about a bank being in that area. I do think that it will be an upgrade to have something there, because the property that's there is just in poor condition, but I am concerned about the traffic that will be rolling out of the bank, because I travel that road many times, and just trying to turn on Savannah Highway is a challenge, so.
I understand, and I grew up, and my parents still live right over in South Windermere, so I know the area. I know the area well. With the connection to Lalandra and radio, another option is to go take Magnolia and then come around and utilize those lights to get back on Savannah Highway, if that's the way people choose to travel.
All still heavily trafficked. It's
Right.
still, no matter where you go.
I don't think
in
we
that
can escape
quadrant.
it. People like us too much.
So that is my concern, the traffic.
Thank you, Ms. Smalls. Anybody? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question about the lighting. I
sir.
think there are a couple of residences across the street that maybe face Magnolia Road. I understand the security issue and the need to make people feel safe at ATMs and so forth. I don't know what the distance of the lighting or how that's configured, but can it be shaded so that it doesn't impact the homes that are across the street from?
Yeah, so the lighting that's utilized is designed to aim down, so it's more of a spotlight than a floodlight. So it keeps the lighting in close proximity to where like the ATM machine is, and not spreading out.
It's directional, it's focused just in one area, it's not
Correct.
broad.
Correct. It keeps the lighting on the property in that area as best as possible. And there are a number of banks in that area. Marist Bank is right behind us. Pinnacle Bank is, I think it's become sort of a banking center, that whole area.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you have a question, sir?
I had a question. I'm just trying to think this out in my mind. Would you be prejudiced in any way to have a traffic study done first and have us defer, or would you? How can we help? How can you help us, and how can we help you?
Well, first of all, from a stacking standpoint that the impact analysis would look at, basically with the way the ordinance is written, and that actually sort of leads to part of the hardship that we have to design that long turn so that sufficient cars can stack. We believe that the impact analysis will ultimately provide the same information that we're expecting that it will work. It would be very helpful for us to know that this site plan works for this board, because if the site plan ultimately changes, it could impact the number of cars that we're able to stack, which could impact the impact analysis. Right now, we've designed it in such a way that it exceeds the requirements set forth by the ordinance and gives additional bandwidth. If the impact analysis, it's doubtful that the impact analysis with the plan that we're proposing would require more stacking space. What's our difficulty and how we could be helped tonight is that without these variances, it would require a different plan that may not even make this plan possible.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
Sorry. Mr. Hellman, it's good to see you again.
Yes, sir.
A couple of comments and notes, I guess. I'm looking at the site plans you guys put in front of us. The first thing that I see is that all of the sidewalks around the entire property are being rebuilt and reconnected in areas where they're disconnected now, correct? So we're potentially improving some pedestrian access around the entire site. Is that correct?
Substantially, yes.
And then I also see that as part of the development of the property, you would even be repaving Radio Road. Is that correct too? And improving some of those intersection alignments?
Yes, that is correct.
And then along with that, and I think Mr. Johnson already testified that because the site is, right now it's 100% impervious surface, and the addition of both underground and surface detention, you'll be substantially improving the stormwater controls in the area as well, correct? Yes, sir. All right. You know, I think I just really, more than anything else, wanted to point out all the various items that I was noting on the site plan that seem to be substantial improvements to the area, and I think I, for one, am really quite satisfied with the direction the project's going and the need for these variance requests. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think he did a big job for you there, covering a lot of that. We hadn't heard from this young lady.
I'm Courtney Rex with BDG Architects. We're the architects of record on the project. Just introducing myself in the project.
Okay.
Here to answer any questions that you guys have about that.
Any question for the architect on record for this project? Okay. Well, good. I didn't want to leave you out.
Appreciate that.
Well, yeah. Come on back up. Let's touch bases and tell me about this wall that you created, along with the engineers.
The wall?
Yes, the
That's
wall.
going to be brought. I mean, it's a low wall. I don't know what to say about that.
Did I throw you a curveball?
It's a brick. It's going to match the rest of the building.
I guess to help with that, would
Yeah.
you guys be opposed to the wall that staff has proposed be installed along Lolander Drive?
Oh, we're fine with that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Applications, plural. Do we have anyone to speak in opposition of these applications? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to these three applications? Okay, very good. Thank you. This case is closed to the public. Board members, you've heard the testimony. Do we have any questions of staff or any general discussion that we want to have at this time? No? So,
I will ask one question of the staff. Do you guys recall any point in the past where we've added a condition for a traffic study as part of approval of the project?
We have.
I was going to ask you, yeah. So if it's required by site plan review, then that would be covered. Do you know, Sally, if the TIA is required?
Yes, so, yeah, I got your message. I was just looking at that. And it looks like in the overlay district, if a traffic impact study is required for projects that require a variance from the driveway curb cut spacing. So it would automatically be triggered at a site plan review level. Usually, we don't require that before coming to the board because it is a level of intensity that they kind of want to get to a place where, yeah, we're comfortable with the design and present that before spending a whole lot of money on, drainage and traffic impact studies and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. In case for some reason you don't approve it and they have to change it, that would be a consideration for them. So, short answer, yes, that would be required.
Our suggested number condition 1 would cover that then?
Yeah.
Because it would
Under
require
staff
that
condi-
before they get
Staff condition.
official approval.
So they have to go through the process, in other words.
May I follow up?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I brought up the queuing because I knew that would be an issue on that back road, but it sounds like, I don't have any heartache about that issue whatsoever now, knowing that if a motion is made for approval, as long as you use staff condition number 1 and include that, I think it's fine. And I'd like to echo my fellow board members' comments. This is a great improvement for this area. And it sounds like not only are we improving sidewalks, we're improving drainage. There is going to be more traffic out there. I totally agree. But there are other access points on Magnolia and stuff like that. So once you get the traffic flowing the right way, and they're going to have to, I mean, the impact analysis, they're going to have to do something back there with a bank. But I think this is a great move. So I'll be ready to, or somebody can go.
Any other comments on my left? No comments? All right, lady and gentlemen. I need a motion I'd like for you, whomever chooses, to address all three. Okay? Anybody want to take a, okay, you
So
go.
is this the rare occasion when we can address all three at once? We have to address all three separately?
Yes. There's going to be times you can, and this one, I think, is fine. But there will be times you can't. I will let you know.
We'll walk you through it. I appreciate you taking it on.
All right. Well, I'm more than happy to take it on if we can do all three at once. So in the matters of BZA 0923, 00711, 00712, and 00713, I make a motion that we approve all three variance requests. In making this motion, I find that it meets all 7 of the required criterion as outlined in 3.10.6, that 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. I believe the applicants have done an outstanding job of describing the conditions of this particular piece of property in its current state and what is necessary to redevelop the property. So we meet that criterion. Criterion 2, and these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, this being a redevelopment site that's an odd-shaped site and a fairly small site, it has constraints that might not necessarily be present on other properties in the vicinity, so we meet that criterion. For criterion 3, that because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. In meeting this criterion, the applicants have shown that they're willing to do several things to augment any type of detrimental impacts to adjacent properties and traffic. And so we meet this criterion by adding what will be part of the additional screening and things like that will be part of the special conditions coming forward that helps meet that criterion. For criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed. We clearly meet that criterion as the improvements to both the roadway, the pedestrian traffic, and to stormwater in the area help meet that criterion. For criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district. We clearly meet this criterion because the bank is allowed in this zoning district. Criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own action. The applicant has done an outstanding job of describing the conditions that are present on the site that are necessary to overcome in order to develop the property or redevelop the property, so we meet that criterion. And criterion 7, that the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. Again, there's nothing in this plan that's in conflict with our comprehensive plan, so we meet that criterion. In making this motion, I would add the 2 special conditions recommended by staff.
Second.
Okay, good. So it's been properly moved and second. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. It is unanimous. So all 3 of these applications have been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff, letting you know the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations and good night. At this time, I want to call it 6 o'clock. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we will reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you. No, you did well.
Austin, what it was.
Okay, let's reconvene. So our next case is case BZA 0923-00715, and Ms. Working,
714.
714, excuse me, I want to get ahead. See, I'm trying to get out of here already. 714, Ms. Working will be doing that one for us. Thank you,
All right.
Ms. Working.
The applicant and property owner, Ed Navarro of Latson Industrial LLC, represented by Thomas M. Durant, PE of Empire Engineering LLC, is requesting a variance to waive the sidewalk installation requirement along the subject property boundaries on Stony Road and on Commerce Center Road for a proposed commercial vehicle storage yard at 8077 Commerce Center Road, which is TMS number 390-0000441 in the north area of Charleston County. The subject property is currently vacant and is approximately 2 acres. The subject property and surrounding properties to the north and west are located in the industrial IN zoning district. The adjacent property to the east is located in the community commercial CC zoning district. The properties to the south are located in Dorchester County. The subject property is currently in the site plan review process for a proposed commercial vehicle gravel storage yard. And so back in a variance to waive the sidewalk installation requirement along the subject property boundaries on Stony and Commerce Center Road was granted for a property located at TMS 390-0000227. That was, if you could see, like the big square with the 4 rectangles, that was that one property that got the variance. So the variance was issued center. Yeah. And that was BZA 1019-00364. It's in your packet. It was approved on December 2nd, 2019. This is the zoning ordinance requirement. We conducted a site visit on October 17th, 2023. This is the zoomed in aerial property, the posting, pictures of the subject property in Stono Road and Commerce Center Road intersection, and the Commerce Center Road. This is the site plan, and then we have the plat. Regarding the approval criteria, staff stated that the request meets 1 through 7. The board may approve with conditions or deny the request based on the BZA's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, staff recommends the following condition, and that's prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. Do you have any questions?
Does any board member have a question of staff at this time? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record. And please tell this august body why we should approve your application.
My name is Thomas Durante. I'm a civil engineer with Empire Engineering, 590 Lone Tree Drive in Mount Pleasant. We have a bit of a hardship here just because our site for industrial is real long and narrow. It's 2 acres, but which sounds like a lot, but for industrial property, it's not really a great big size piece of property. And because it's long and narrow, it also has several easements around it, around the edges. So once you put all those restrictions and encumbrances in there, we couldn't really fit a building on there with any great size for industrial, which would require parking and truck court and all that stuff. So you couldn't really. The site doesn't lend itself to having a building on there. So we found our best use for it was a storage yard, which would support other businesses along Commerce Center Drive and help them. So we proposed that, and that use isn't really conducive to walk-up traffic, which would be necessary for having a sidewalk there. We would actually discourage it being a storage yard, for safety reasons and security. We don't want walk-up traffic, so we prefer not to have a sidewalk there. The use is also in line with adjacent properties. To the right of us, we have the public storage which also doesn't want walk-up pedestrians, so there's no sidewalk there on the right side of us. They've got big fences there and big walls to discourage it. On the left side is that industrial property that Jenny was talking about that recently got a variance approved. That also doesn't have sidewalk there too, so there's no sidewalk on either side of us. So we would just request not to install the sidewalk on ours as well.
Mr. Neal has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there fencing going around this? I'm trying to understand if you don't want sidewalks there. Is there fencing going up? Is there a wall going up around this?
There's going to be a 6-foot-high security fence.
Thing?
Privacy, yeah, we'll have screening on it.
On all the way around the property?
All
or-
4 sides, yep.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else on this side? Yes, sir. Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Durante, good to see you again.
You too.
It's been a while, but my only question is regarding other sidewalks in the area. Where does the sidewalk end coming off Ladson Road, and are there any in the neighborhood that extends behind the, down Stony Road?
There's no sidewalk that I saw on Stony Road at all, where it comes off of Ladson, or it's actually, it's the Ladson or 78. There's a little bit of sidewalk there right in front of public storage, but it ends right there. And then there's nothing for all of the entire frontage of public storage. And then our site doesn't have sidewalk, obviously. And then everything past it does not have sidewalk either.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Chairman, so can you just restate for me the reason why you don't want sidewalks is because you don't want walk-up?
We don't feel like the use that we're proposing for the property, it's not conducive to walk-up pedestrian traffic.
Sidewalks provide other types of benefit to people who work and live in the area other than approaching your business per se, right?
Sure, I get it. Yeah, for sure. And if we were to have a building there, I would understand that, but we don't propose a building. Stony Road is 50-mile-an-hour speed limit, so I think that is a big detriment to encouraging people to be walking on Stony Road. I think putting a sidewalk there might encourage people, and without sidewalk being on either side of it, it seems like it might almost be dangerous to propose sidewalk there.
So there's no pedestrian traffic at all on that road as far as you know?
As far as I know, I mean, there might be some people there, but I've been working on this site for 3 years, going back and forth with the county on various sites along Commerce Center. So I've been up there half a dozen times, and I've never seen any pedestrian traffic on Stony Road.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony
Thank
tonight,
you.
sir. Yes, sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. Thank you so
We
very
did
much.
have that one in the packet, the supplemental packet.
The letter.
received it.
Okay. So let it be duly noted that we did get one letter of opposition. Do you want to address that? Are you familiar with the letter?
Yes.
Okay. So at this time, we'll grant you the right of rebuttal.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I had it on here, and I forgot to do it, so I apologize. Yeah, we understand that the letter came in. It was specifically talking about trash. Somebody was dumping trash on the adjacent property, and I don't know if they thought it was on our property or not, but they were saying that if there was sidewalk in place, they might not dump trash. I don't know. It didn't really make sense to me. We have a ditch in front of our property, so I think that would stop people from dumping on our property. The adjacent property, like I drove down there this morning, I did see some trash dumped on the side of the road, and it's on the adjacent property that had the variance a couple years ago, those 4 large pieces of property. I think the reason somebody's dumping there is because, like I said, there's a ditch along most of Stony, but there happens to be maybe an old curb cut or something that's right there. And I think people just took the opportunity to dump there because there was a crossing of the ditch. So I think that's probably why there's dumping there. We would not have that scenario on our site. just because of the ditch is there, and I can't imagine someone's going to cross the ditch to do it. I don't know if sidewalk would prevent anybody else from, whether the sidewalk's there or not. I don't think that's going to prevent somebody from dumping. I would just say developing the site is probably better. Being more active site, it would probably stop people from dumping just because it doesn't look abandoned. If there's people coming in and out of the site, I think that would help.
Mr. Neal has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a follow-up. Can staff bring up the plat, the site plan? Go, if you did not get this variance, would it go towards the back end of the parking, or would it go in, is that an easement or something that, I'm trying to understand. The sidewalk go right here?
I think that's where it would be there, but maybe a little closer to the road.
Okay, so if that was to occur, if you were not to get this variance, would that impact your parking of all the vehicles that are going to go in there?
No, I think if we were required to put sidewalk in, it would be in the right-of-way of Stony Road.
Because Mr. Seidel brought up a great point, and that is, just because you don't want the sidewalk there doesn't mean the community doesn't need a sidewalk there, and this kind of enables the things to be better in the community.
Sure.
Which would be one of the tests for the variance, is to not impact the community in a negative way. And what you're asking here, just my personal opinion, if you're asking not to have a sidewalk, then you could be possibly impacting the community. So what's the reason for the community not to have the sidewalk, in your opinion?
My opinion would be I would discourage pedestrians to be on Stony Road.
So they wouldn't be on Stony Road if they're on the sidewalk. They'd be closer to.
Well, they'd be in the right-of-way of Stony Road where the sidewalk would be. And if there's no sidewalk on either side of them, I think that might even create, like if somebody's driving down the road and sees sidewalks, say, okay, maybe I'm going to go running out on Stony Road one day. And then they start driving. There's no sidewalk on either side of us. So,
That's a great point. That's what I was trying to figure out your angle on that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Yes, sir. Mr. Nelson.
I'll add to that. If the sidewalk is going in the right-of-way, looking at the plan, you have SC&G right-of-way in that area, and you mentioned that there's a ditch there as well. So you would have drainage issues plus dealing with utility conflicts, correct?
for sure.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir, for your testimony on the rebuttal. Okay, this case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions? Any discussion about the sidewalk and the variance? There be none? Good questions, though, because in 2019, a lot of times we try to, our illustrious leader, Joel Evans, said, yes, sometimes someone would need to start with a sidewalk to nowhere, because someone has to start. We don't know how this property will be transposed later on, or what the neighboring properties will do in the future. But,
So, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, there are no sidewalks on that road today at any time. Is that correct?
Correct. So, that's what we get paid the big bucks for, right? The great water for, okay. To help make these decisions. Any other general discussion? Right.
I have a question for general discussion. I'm having a problem with the sidewalk, and that's what the variance is here for. And one of the criteria is this is his own making. Well, he's drawing the plan without the sidewalk so that it's better for his property. And that's of his own actions. That's number 6. That's the one I'm having a hard time with. I'm on the fence. If somebody else can push a reason why, I see the good for it, but I also see the people that want to get off that road. And if that road's a 50-mile-an-hour road, I would want a sidewalk. I need some help.
But that's an industrial area.
No, I understand. People coming everywhere.
I'll respond just from my perspective. last month when we were here, I think it was last month, we dealt with a sidewalk or a tree variance request from Charleston County for roadway improvements on Woodland Shores Road. And in that instance, the county was embarking upon a project to improve pedestrian access along Woodland Shores Road. In a case like this, and I've owned commercial properties before that had this exact same situation where Charleston County would have required us to put a sidewalk on 150 feet of Maybank Highway on Johns Island when there was at that time, a planned roadway widening project proposed for the area that I think is yet to come to fruition. And so in this case, you got to look at Stony Road holistically, and you have ditches on either side, you have utilities running down either side, and you have a lot of industrial warehouse space that's being built. Really, the county would need to put together a plan to put sidewalks down the entire road and deal with the utility conflicts and drainage easements or the drainage ditches on the road to have an effective sidewalk system down there.
I believe you're correct. That would be a task best taken up by county rather than individuals. But I guess the individual landowners would share some of the burden of that if they were put in correctly.
But I know one case doesn't really reflect another, but a variance issued on the adjacent property in 2019 that has now been developed, that they're not going to go back and put a sidewalk there.
That's correct. That would be the problem for the county to do, to take up, if they were to do that, because we gave them that variance.
Right.
This board did. So, and sometimes we are setting the precedents. So we're not supposed to, because we look at each case differently, individually. Any other general discussion? Okay. Does anyone want to take a ponder on making a motion either to approve or deny after this great discussion?
I can't make a motion when I don't know which way I'm going.
Well, you need a push?
No.
Let's go.
I'm happy to do another one.
Well, that's fine.
All right.
If we don't like it, we'll go against you.
That would not be the first time, would it? All right. In the matter of BZA 0923000714, a variance request to eliminate a sidewalk requirement, I make a motion that we approve the request, that it does meet all 7 criterion. That one, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. And as I've stated during our discussion, I'm really compelled by the lack of sidewalk up and down the roadway from here. In fact, earlier today in preparing for the meeting, I spent some time looking through Google Earth images, looking through the fancy Google Earth cars that you can check now. And there are no sidewalks even in the neighborhood back behind this particular property. So I believe we meet that criterion. Criterion 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, given that there are no sidewalks up or down for this one, we meet that criterion, or adjacent to this property. For criterion 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. In meeting this criterion, this really deals more with having to add in some additional drainage information and utility conflicts that are really not necessary at this stage of development of Stony Road. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 4, the authorization of this variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by granting of the variance. Again, we meet this criterion in that there's not a heavy pedestrian use along Stony Road, and the entire corridor would be better suited by a larger project done by Charleston County. For criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. This clearly meets that criterion. For criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. Again, as I've stated previously, I believe that the need for this variance is really due to the lack of any other sidewalk infrastructure, pedestrian infrastructure along the entire corridor. And for criterion 7, Granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. I do not believe that granting this variance would conflict with the ordinance, so we meet that criterion. And I would add that, the one special condition recommended by staff to my motion.
Very good. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Jordan. It's been properly moved and second. Any discussion? Questions? We'll carry it to vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is unanimous. Congratulations, sir. Your application has been approved within 10 days. Staff will be contacting you, letting you know the next steps in the process. Very good. Thank you. So our next case that we have tonight will be case BZA 0923. 00715. That will be completed by Mr. Joshua Downey. Good job.
Okay, so BZA case 0923-00715, the applicant and property owner, Glenwood of Seacoast Christian Community Church Incorporated, represented by Taylor Fletcher and Simeon Whiteside, are requesting a variance from architectural design guidelines for a proposed religious assembly use at 2055 Bohicket Road, TMS number 278000026 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties to the north, northwest, east, and east are located in the rural residential zoning district. More specifically, the applicant is asking for a variance from Article 9.5 Architectural and Landscape Design Standards, Section 9.5.2 Architectural Design Guidelines for a proposed religious assembly use. Here are the following specific guidelines that they're requesting a variance for. The location of a building not on a corner, that's Section 9.5.2 E5. Location of parking not behind a building, Section 9.5.2 E6. Location of a dumpster not behind a building, Section 9.5.2 F, and the omission of the architectural wall screen design, not Section 9.5.2 H2. The project is currently in the site plan review process, ZSPR 0523-00892. And so here are the different sections of the ordinance that they're requesting variances from. That is the subject property. And the aerial view of the subject property. So staff did conduct its site visit on the 19th of October. So some more pictures of the subject property. So this property does have, I want to make sure I'm looking at it correctly, I believe it's on Plowground Road. And that is the proposed site plan. And the diagram for the site plan that is found in your packet. And here are some of the surveys. And again, the site plan. Then the approved and recorded plat. So as far as our conditions are concerned, staff believes that criteria 1, it meets criteria 1, and it also meets criteria 5, and it may meet criteria 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve, approved with conditions, or deny BZA case 0923-00715, a variance request for required architectural design guidelines for a proposed religious assembly use at 2055 Bohicket Road, TMS number 278-0000026 on Johns Island in Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendation by staff, and that is prior to the zoning permit approval, that the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. Any questions?
Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal.
Yes, it's really a point of order here. So this is one variance, it's 4 sections. So are we treating this as 4 variances, or are we treating this if we all or nothing? I mean, I'm struggling with the dumpster one and the screen parking, so I'm trying to understand.
So we organize the cases by article, but my answer to that question would be you wouldn't have to, you can vote for some of them and not vote for others.
Okay,
If
so we have the ability to exclude some and pass the
Yes.
variance?
Yes.
Okay, I'll follow up with the applicant, and thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Downey, thank you for the presentation. My question is really regarding the county's intent for location of a building at the corner of the lot, and what exactly that entails on a rural property such as this. And maybe that's a question for Ms. Brooks.
I will yield to Ms. Brooks.
Yeah, well, in Chapter 9 in general, there's some design guidelines, design standards, and to promote more walkable situations, especially for corner properties, to promote buildings to be located toward the corner with the parking to the side or rear, or at least the majority of it. And then if there's more than 10 parking spaces in front of the building for some reason, that which would be the minority of the parking, that they be screened with some sort of a screen wall to keep the light down from vehicles spilling the headlights out into the right of way. So I think the intent just is to more to promote walkability versus just vehicles and the view of vehicles from the street and whatnot. You know, this is a little different, and that's why you're seeing it. And so, yeah. But anyway.
Can I ask one other question then as well? Looking at the site plan, there are lots of trees shown in the buffer areas for the property. But the corner of the property near Plow Ground and Bohicket Road, it appears there may be several grand trees there. Is that or are those grand? We didn't have any kind of tree indications on.
Yes, there are a lot of grand trees on the property. So.
So that would also drive having to push it further away from the corner, correct?
That's correct. There is a larger buffers on Bohicket Road in general. So. So it could very well have been sort of located. If you look in the set of plans, there is a sheet C2, which you can kind of zoom in and see. It's clear enough where you can read the tree sizes for those large live oaks located near the corner. So, I mean, maybe they could have worked around them, maybe not.
Okay. That's all I have.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Okay. I guess I'm missing it from my documents. The general placement of the dumpster.
So the general placement of the dumpster, Mr. Ray, if you look on the site plan that is proposed, there are 2 site plans in your packet. Can you pull it up?
Go down to, that's it.
I will pull it up for you, Mr. Neal. The dumpster
Oh, okay.
is toward the
And
end right there. Yes, sir. It's in that general area right there, Mr. Neal.
Oh, yeah, I see it on the corner.
Yeah, it's very small. If you look on the site plan on page 29 in your packet, if you zoom in a little bit, it has the exactly each building, which variance is required for each of those things as is related on your site plan.
and what's the total square footage of the building?
Ms. Brooks, are you aware?
It's definitely on the site plan somewhere. I just
Yeah,
need to
I
find
know.
it.
Yep. I thought I saw it
so-
myself, but I just couldn't remember.
Usually it'll be on the cover page with some of the descriptive information for the property. Let's see.
It's 16,500.
Okay.
Yep, 16,500. It's right under project description on the cover page. That's on page 25.
And let me ask another question, Ms. Workman. I know they have all this gravel parking lot, and that's a huge retention pond, and I know that's probably more than adequate to handle any runoff. But they have drainage and everything run into that from the gravel, or that's something that's going to have to be added later?
That's probably best answered by the applicant. I know a lot of, we used to have an engineer on staff that they would suggest to all churches that they go ahead and plan for paving, so that when people get out with their high heel shoes, they realize that that's not like a good surface for them, and then all of a sudden, everything wants to be paved. So I think that may be like thinking of future expansion or something, like taking advantage of the situation of construction, but the applicant could probably speak to that better than
Okay.
me. Yeah.
Do we have any other questions?
I'll ask one more.
Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
Who did the site visit? Just
Yes.
the buffers along Plowground Road. Do you think that the understory is sufficient, that a knee wall or whatever type of screening wall would be required or mitigated by the thickness of that buffer?
I believe from what I saw and looking at it with the site plan, I believe the vegetation would be suffice. It's very heavily wooded. The reason I didn't go further into the site is because I didn't have my snake boots on that day. So that tells you how vegetated the site is.
I'm going to have to start doing field visits with you guys. Snakes are not that bad, trust me.
I'm not going to find out.
They will welcome you at any time.
Any other questions? Very good. Thank you, sir. Is the applicant present? All right. So please state your name and address for the record.
All right, well, I'm not Taylor Fletcher, but I am Lee Gastley with Seaman Whiteside and Associates,
Yes,
501 Wando Park Boulevard, Suite 200, Mount Pleasant.
And I hope Pastor Surratt prayed over you before you came here tonight, right?
Exactly, yes.
Mm-hmm.
If well, y'all probably have your site plans up on your screen, so 'cause I'll be talking to that some. So this obviously is a unique and beautiful piece of property. It was formerly a equestrian center horse farm. In the area where the parking is right now, and there still are 4 large paddock areas, so obviously it used to be all pasture. And then the area from the corner of Bohicket Road and Plowground back up into the site is really a quite lovely natural meadow right now. So with respect to putting the building down in the corner there, I think, one, you'd be destroying a really very attractive view from that intersection at Bohicket and Plowground. And again, the site slopes from Plowground down towards a tributary that goes into Church Creek. And so the pond is located obviously at a low point to receive stormwater runoff, and the goal is to combine that meadow with the pond, and there is a trail around it proposed to kind of create a park-like scene. As staff had indicated, there are a lot of grand oaks on the property. In the far northwestern corner, well, northeastern corner, there's some spectacular oaks back in that area. This plan does not remove any grand trees except a couple that are like class C or D that have some damage already to them. So it was very important in this site plan that we preserve all of the grand trees and basically just develop in the areas that were open, which are the areas where the former paddock areas are. So the church is kind of central to the site. The parking was set up to address the church. Because it's rural, and as Ms. Brooks indicated earlier, these sections of the ordinance seem to be a little bit more geared towards a more urban type development pattern than what we have out here. And so trying to push this building all the way up to Plowground or even over to Bohicket just didn't seem to make sense with this particular piece of property. There's a very dense existing vegetative screen that runs along Plowground. We're required to maintain 50 feet, which we would, but we've actually, in looking at the plan, you can see that it's actually deeper in a number of areas along the parking. And with respect to the dumpster area, there's one dumpster area. I know that some of the opposition to the plan had mentioned there were numerous dumpsters, but there's only one. And it is screened, it has an enclosure around it, and it also will have planting around it. So, and it's also almost 100 feet behind the buffer. It's behind an existing vegetated wetland, so I think it would be almost impossible to see from Plowground. But we are going to enclose it, we are going to add additional planting around it. With respect to the gravel parking, you'll notice that there are bioswales between the parking. Again, we're trying to introduce best management practices for the stormwater out there. We're trying to reduce the runoff flow as best we can. We actually kind of felt that the gravel parking maybe was a little bit more in keeping with the rural character of the area. So that's what we've proposed. The architectural wall that was mentioned earlier, again, we're already behind 70 plus odd feet of vegetative screen from Plowground before you even get to any of our parking, and we are proposing augmenting that with additional planting. So basically in lieu of the wall, we're going to be planting shrubs that would actually be taller than the wall would be. So we think we're accommodating that just then again in a more rural manner, which we believe is appropriate to the context of this particular site. So I guess in a nutshell, I mean, we've tried to let the site design itself. I mean, generally that's what we do on any site. Let it dictate what it needs to be. And we feel like we've done that in this case. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay, Mr. Neal, I'll let you start.
I only have, the one I'm really struggling with is the dumpster location. The other ones I'm on the fence on, but the dumpster, I don't see why. I think you're creating your own mess. I understand you don't want the dumpster behind the building. You want it out front. Probably logistics-wise, it's easier for the dumpster company to come dump it. So I understand all that. But in one of the opposition letters, it mentions you're moving the dumpster closer to the residential houses. And as we know, dumpsters not only worry about the screening of dumpsters, but it's the lovely vehicles that pick up the dumpsters and back up, and you hear the beeps and all that stuff. So, and they don't come at 9 o'clock in the morning, they come at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I have a very hard time with the dumpster portion location. It seems like on this large of a property, and I commend you for what you've done and the design you've come up with, but I need to see why this is a variance or a hardship that you have not created for yourself on at least the dumpster portion. I'm open to whatever reasoning you can try to sway my opinion on that, but I'm just one vote.
Well, again, I think the reasoning, has to do, one, with functionality. Obviously, that pad location is placed at an angle so that when the dumpster truck approaches it from the front, it can load and very quickly back up and then proceed forward again. So the beep, beep, beep that you hear, when it backs up is going to be very short compared to if we had it on the side or behind it. You're probably going to create a situation where the backup is going to be a lot longer to get back to the parking lot.
But that would be further away from the residential neighborhood.
It would be further away from the residential neighborhoods, but it would be a
Variance would be
longer duration.
right, but the sound impact could be less.
Good.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? I have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
I guess just being familiar with Seacoast, and these are speculative questions. Based on the size of the church and the magnitude of the growth that it's currently under, are you guys having any future plans to pave that parking lot?
I mean, I can let.
Has it been addressed?
I've got from Seacoast here is Glenn Wood, who basically runs things at Seacoast. He can probably answer it better than I can for you.
Did you not design the one on Long Point Road?
We did.
I know.
I know.
So the other follow-up question is that you do have a lot of dense trees and everything up front. Are there any plans to clear that and come back before this board to ask to have some of these trees, those, well, a lot of them are small, but then some of these grand trees to be removed? At this time?
Not at this time. Not at any. There's no need. I mean, this.
There's no need the way you have it. I just know the growth of Seacoast, and that's not, that church is, what is it, 16,000 square feet? You're not going to stay there long.
Well, if that church were up closer to plow ground, I don't know, but it's not. It's further back in the site where it's got room to grow, if in fact it ever does grow beyond what's shown.
It will, because it needs it over in that area. So I'm just trying to look down forward into your planning and wanted to find out exactly how you guys have proposed to do some of that planning. That's all, because I noticed that the retention pond is huge here. How big is that retention pond?
That pond is a little over 300 feet long and about 100 feet across. I'd say it's about an acre and a half, acre and 3/4.
Yeah. Okay. Because I also noticed here too, the possible future parking that you have over on the west side of the property. You plan on graveling that as well?
Probably initially, we might even, if that ever comes to pass, we might initially do it on grass and then move to gravel, just depending on how the need exhibits itself.
Okay. Good work on this. I will say that. Good work. All right, Mr. Jordan?
On your Long Point campus, do you have any gravel parking there?
No.
Did you
Not
used to?
anymore.
Yeah.
But you
did.
paved it.
We did.
So you might pave this one then.
Speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. So you would have to be at the podium. So let me finish with him first. I'm sorry. Are you not able to answer that question?
Whether it would ever be paid?
Well, Mr. Jordan, you want to restate your question?
The one at Long Point is paved.
Correct.
It used to be gravel.
Correct.
So I would imagine it would be a pretty good assumption that if you could and will and plan to, this one would be paved too, right?
I would
Why
say
wouldn't you?
At some point in the future, there's probably a good chance that it would be paved.
I would think so. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Yes, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Glenn Wood, 750 Long Point Road, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. I am the church administrator for Seacoast and have been for 30 years. I'll kind of address a couple of questions that have been brought up. Was there gravel? Yes. Was it paved? Part of the reason that that was paved was some of the requirements by the town of Mount Pleasant, wanting that, and also trying to maximize the parking that was there, as well as just, convenience for that. Would we ever look to pave all of this? I mean, this is a 12.5 acre site. I think the answer is no. Number one, we don't see that this building would ever get large enough or would ever need to be to the point that we would really have to have, what would be essentially probably 9 acres of parking. It's, again, based on the demographics, based on the size, and also realize that Seacoast has 8, I think, other campuses in the greater Charleston area. So again, we're trying to meet the needs of the congregation throughout the county, not just in one place. We think everybody needs to go to church. They also probably don't need to all come to Seacoast. There are a lot of great churches in Charleston. We think people need to go, but they all don't need to come to us, nor would we appeal to everybody that's out there. So would we ever get to the point of paving the rest of this? I think the answer is no. Can I give you an absolute guarantee? No, because in the future, again, that would have to be looked at. But what I can tell you is, based on the 30 years of being at Seacoast and all the projects that I have been involved with, no, we would never see getting to the point of having to pave all this. Part of what we're trying to do is to keep the rural nature of it, to do a combination of pervious as well as impervious parking spaces to, again, try and decrease the runoff that's in there. The addition of the bioswales in there, again, trying to help lessen the amount of paving that would be and the amount of retention that would have to be part of that. So again, one of the other points in terms of why the building works well there is that there is no sewer system out here, so this is all septic system. So it all has to be gravity fed, and if I put the building down at the corner of Plow Ground and Bohicket, now I've got to pump it all uphill, and that can be done, but it just doesn't work well long term. So again, part of what we're trying to do is to use the site to its best ability and keeping it so that the drainage field can be obviously lower than the building itself.
And how many other locations did you say you presently have in Charleston?
Let me stop and think. Mount Pleasant, McClellanville, North Charleston, Somerville, Johns
14.
Island. Well, 14 total across the state, but in Charleston.
And how many of them presently have gravel parking?
None.
Well, we currently meet at Charleston Collegiate, which is actually the site that is immediately behind this one. That has a significant amount of gravel parking.
That's the only one?
No. Our North Charleston campus also, and that one is on North Rhett. Our Somerville property, the one up in Somerville, has gravel parking.
That's what I wanted to hear.
And McClellanville, which obviously is farther up, but that also has gravel parking. It is not our desire to pave every square inch. Like, we just don't like it. We like the green space. We want to be good neighbors. We want to be, as economic or as environmentally friendly as we can. So paving everything is not the intention.
But the one in Long Point is, and I've been in it, it looks pretty good.
Thank you.
Looks pretty modern, that paved lot.
Thank you. Now, that site also has a significant amount of underground detention in there. So again, trying to maximize the retention as best we can.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can staff pull up the TMS site, I think it is, on this part of this application? Because he brought up a point of, he's using Charleston Collegiate, which is behind it, and I'd like for him to, there you go. So on that map right there, your site is the 026, the shaded one. Where is Charleston Collegiate on this map?
Charleston Collegiate is 027, and they also own 023.
023. So if you were to move the dumpster to the back part of the property, you would be interfering with schools, and
Yes.
you would not be closer to the residential houses that are across the street. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? Very good. Very good. Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have? Okay.
Dumpsters are right there. The dumpster plan would be right there. They can move the dumpsters. Yeah, they can move the dumpsters to the back.
Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Yeah, for the park. Yeah.
George Mood, 1952 Fruitwood Avenue, Charleston, South Carolina. Pastor with Seacoast Church. Happened to serve at the Johns Island campus for the last few years. And thank you for your time tonight. I'll honor and be quick. We have been in ministry on the island, Johns Island specifically, for the last approximately 10 years. We love the community. We recognize that serving the community probably comes with a number one priority of not disrupting the community. And we want to honor that and continue to do that in the community. I would say that the requested variances really do honor the request for Johns Island that seems to be so prominent to remain rural. And those variances we want to stick with. I would say, Mr. Neal, you've raised a great point, the noise of that truck beeping up. And I would say that there are, a significant number of trees. They're going to dampen that noise. Could it get quieter? Yeah. Yes, sir. I don't believe that that's going to be the primary concern of the residents. And, I think that lends itself to give you peace of mind for that resident. It is significantly wooded. And just to support this gentleman here, the snakes are real. So I can attest. So given that, I think we really do lend ourselves well to honoring the community, and especially those residents on plow ground, which is a concern, and one of the reasons we're requesting some of these variances. So I would say that if we can put your mind at ease, we'd be happy to. We also want to put the mind of the residents at ease as much as we possibly can, because we are there to serve and there to support them. And everything else I would say would just reiterate what Lee and Glenn have already said. Thank you all for your time.
Let's see if anyone have a question for you. Does anyone have a question for him? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have any? Yes, sir.
My name is Marshall Driver. My wife and Cheryl and I live on Johns Island, have for 25 years. Our address is 3034 Maritime Forest Drive, and I promise that I'll be brief. We are church members at Seacoast Johns Island, and we're very thankful to have been able to purchase this property. I think our engineer has done just a yeoman's job of identifying everything that seems to be important on this site. There's an incredible number of trees. There's a wooded buffer on all four sides of this property. And they've developed a site plan which is really incredibly efficient. And I think the benefit of that is that since less is more with respect to what we're seeing on the site plan, it allows for there to remain some significant open spaces. The one that we've talked about previously that has the grand oak trees close to Bohicket Road is really just a super special place. So retaining that character, as well as the grove of oak trees, which is adjacent to Academy Drive, seems to be super important to the plan. So we consider it an honor to be able to speak for the approval of these variances, and we appreciate your service. And again, I'd like to be brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if anyone has a question for you, sir. Does anyone? Thank you so very much for your testimony tonight. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Any general discussion? Mr. Neal, I see your hand.
I do want to just make record that there was opposition letters for, on the record, even though they didn't speak tonight. There was, what, 3 letters, 4 letters? 2?
2.
And both of them, I believe, mentioned the issue about
trash.
The, about the dumpster location.
Yeah. I think, I should have asked, but do you want to address again the issue of the dumpster? I think you did it very eloquently. I don't, that's your choice. If you would have to do it at the podium.
Both were concerned about screening, which we obviously are putting an enclosure around it and planting it. You know, again, with respect to the location, I think Mr. Short was a little more vocal and vociferous in his concern about the sound. I personally don't think it's going to be a big deal, but you gentlemen are the ones that get to make these decisions. I think it's in a good spot.
Okay, thank you. Okay. It's closed. All right, any questions of staff? Any general discussion? Lady and gentlemen? Okay. If you don't mind, I'd like to get a motion to approve or deny this case 00715. Would someone like to start? Ms. Smalls?
I'll take it. In the matter of BZA case 0923-00715, I make a motion that we approve this case. I find that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. Number 2, these conditions generally do not apply to other property in the vicinity. Number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. And number 4, the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of this variance. And I think they've designed it in such a way that they meet that requirement. Number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district, to extend physically a non-conforming use of land, or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. The fact that the property may be utilized more profitably should a variance be granted may not be considered grounds for a variance. And number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. And number 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. In addition, we are going to include the one recommendation by the staff.
Very good. All right, we have a motion that's been properly moved, and I'll second it this time. Do we have any questions? Yes, Mr. Neal.
Would Ms. Smalls entertain either an amendment to her motion or to delete the one portion about not approving the portion of the dumpster and keeping not allowing them to have the dumpster close to the residential area and finding another area?
You know, I just don't think it's a big deal. I think that wherever we live, we have to deal with some noises. And I don't think they will have a dumpster coming every day. I just don't think it's that big of a deal.
I think there's adequate
vegetation. And
yeah.
the fact that they aren't going to enclose it, I just don't think it's that big. For me, it's not that big of a deal.
We did get two opposition letters, both of them mentioned about the dumpster.
Yeah. Mr. Siddle.
I understand, I mean, I'm just asking.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, it is not that big a deal, so I would think that the applicant should be able to accommodate it, which is the one thing that the residents who boarded this property have asked for. So it seems like there's plenty of other places to locate the dumpster in the site plan.
Residential areas.
So, I guess my question. Is my mic on? My question is, are any of those letters from residents that live along that road, oh, they are?
Yeah, right across the street.
I do think his point about moving it further back, you hear the beeps for a much longer period of time. And if I were a resident there, I would say, gosh, it's probably been beeping for about 10 minutes versus it's only been beeping for 3 minutes. So that's why I said for me, for me personally, it wasn't that big of a deal.
May I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
So my point is, and I agree, and everybody will have a different opinion, and if I'm in the minority, I have no problem with that. My issue is, this is of their own making because this is their design. They've got a large parcel here, and this is the one that they're trying to manage and use the site as efficiently as possible. And I get it. I think the drainage and the topo and all the other things, the corner, I'm fine with everything. But this is of their own making. This isn't a planning, this is a variance that they're asking a special rule for. And I think they have designed this and then have asked for the variance. So I just have a problem with it meeting the test on that one line. That's, whether I like it or not, I just don't understand how it meets the test, the criteria of the test that they have created this own issue, and they're asking us to pass the variance. So if you won't remove it, then I won't support the motion, but I might be in the minority. But I was wondering if we could do it with the three and move on and then do separately. But
where would you have it?
For me to draw it, I just say that I don't think that we should have it close to the residential area.
Okay. Mr. Truesdale.
I was going to comment and say, not only do I think it will not be a detriment to the community, but will be a tremendous asset to the community and to the rural aspects, the character, and I'm fully in support of the motion that's been made. I could go further, but I think that summarizes what I would say.
What are your thoughts on the dumpster?
Sir?
What are your thoughts on the dumpster location?
I think they've done the best they could under the circumstances. Nothing's perfect. I think it's a long way from the road. You've got plenty of vegetation. You've got the marshy area. They're going to have. I've seen their things that they've done in other places. It'll be well screened. It'll be attractive. I just don't see it as a problem. I think people, on the converse, they're likely to hear music that they'll love.
Mr. Nelson, thank you.
I think the one thing that I would add, really there was only one letter of opposition to the dumpsters. The second letter we received, he essentially confirmed that if there's adequate screening, that he's not opposed to the location of the dumpsters. Mr. Short has a rather lengthy opposition letter, and I got the general sense from his opposition it wasn't necessarily just due to the dumpster. He just doesn't like the overall impact of what the church could bring to the street. So, given all of that, I would support the motion as it's been stated.
Any other discussion? So you're going to leave your motion the way it is?
I'm leaving my motion as is.
Great. All right. So the question, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Uh-oh. Those in opposition, that oppose? 3. It's a tie.
It's a tie?
Wait a minute. It's
4-3.
Four.
Should be 4-3.
Okay, then it carries then. All right. So wait a minute. So let me go over.
5-2.
Raise your hand if you don't.
Wait a minute. Who voted for it? Just
Raise your hand.
raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. How are you?
It's 4.
I got my hand up.
It's 4-3.
4.
4-3.
4-3.
3. 3 voted against.
4-3.
1, 2. Yeah.
Jordan didn't. Yeah. So the majority.
Yeah, it's 4-3.
So it carries.
It still passes.
Yeah. So congratulations. Within 10 days, you'll hear information from staff, letting you know the next steps and the procedure and process.
Thank you.
Prayer comes up and blessings come down, now don't they? Very good. Thank you.
That dumpster's not gonna be a big deal.
All right, our next case is case BZA 10-23-00716. And that will be done by Miss Jenny Workin, Mrs. Jenny Workin.
Sleep here.
How many more we got left?
2.
2 left.
All right. The applicant for this case is Eric Ladson of Earthsource Engineering on behalf of the property owner, Josh Brooks of 1981 Liberia Road LLC. They're requesting a special exception to exceed the maximum floor area of 5,000 square feet for a proposed 5,770 square foot building and a 2,330 square foot building to be used for manufacturing and production in the rural commercial RC zoning district at 1981 Liberia Road, which is TMS number 154000064 on Wamala Island in Charleston County. The 7.73 acre property, 5.31 acres wetlands, and 2.42 acres highland subject parcel is vacant and is currently located in the RC zoning district. Surrounding properties to the north, east, and west are also located in the RC zoning district. The parcel to the south is located in the Agricultural Preservation AG 15 zoning district, and the adjacent parcel to the east on the corner of Liberia Road and Maybank Highway is used by Berkeley Electric Cooperative. The project is currently in the site plan review process for the 2 proposed buildings. Like I said, the 2,330 square foot and 5,770 square foot, equating to 8,100 square feet. And that will be used to fabricate cabinetry and furniture. Information provided during the site plan review process indicated that the proposed days and hours of operation will be 7:30 a.m. to 6 o'clock p.m., Monday through Friday, and that the owner-operator will be the only on-site occupant. Additionally, there will be no retail sales or retail traffic. These are the zoning ordinance requirements for that shows that a manufacturing is a conditional use in RC, and the condition is that anything over 5,000 square feet we would require a special exception. This is the aerial photo, and we visited this site on October 19th, 2023, and posted the sign. And these are some photographs of the subject property, Liberia Road, and the site plan again, and the elevations of the proposed buildings, and the plat. Regarding the criteria, we stated that it may not meet 1 and 2, and that it may meet 3, 4, 5, and 6. The board may approve of conditions or deny the case based on the BZA's findings of fact, and unless additional information is necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. And 1 is prior to obtaining zoning permits for site development, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. And 2, there shall be no retail sales or retail traffic. And that concludes questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. My screen is freezing up, and I'm trying to get past the screen. I apologize. Mr. Neal, you have a question?
Yeah, being the rookie on the board here, I am trying to understand rural commercial zoning versus commercial zoning. Can you just give me a quick synopsis of I mean, basically the 5,000 square feet, but there's got to be something else. Just a little bit more information than the tablet.
Well, I mean, so the community commercial is generally not going to be found in the rural area. That's not completely true, but generally. And the rural commercial is just located on
smaller, it's
Wawa, maybe Edisto Island. Do you know any others?
Yeah, so,
Edisto.
it's a newer district. There, we identified a need, I think it's
So
a
it's
year
like
ago or so.
neighborhood, but it's
Yeah,
neighborhood commercial, but it's rural?
To give some options in the rural area. Commercial, there's also a rural industrial district that was added to give some options in the rural area where it's not things that maybe like fast food restaurant or hotel motel or something like that would be in like full on.
But are there also limitations in square footage and parking and things like that?
Yes, there are, to allow some commercial uses in the rural area that are more like
Downgraded.
appropriate
Right.
for
And
the rural area.
And the
Yeah.
reason we're here tonight is because we're over 5,000 square feet?
That's
Is that
correct.
the
Yeah.
main reason? Okay. Thank you very much for that education in rural
Yeah, and I can
commercial.
read a little bit more to you if you want me to from the comp plan or.
No,
or
I
the
think that's all
zoning
right. I'm just
ordinance.
trying to understand
Okay.
where we are and the scope of it, so.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Nelson?
So my question is really, it's similar to that, but how was the 5,000 square feet determined?
Yeah. A long, long time ago, I
Yeah.
bet.
Yeah, just,
This isn't the only
right.
use that has that special exception. There's several other uses that also have this criteria.
I think we sort of used that as a guide because it was something that we already had in place and to try to sort of keep massing
Right.
of buildings down,
In the
you know,
rural
in the
areas.
rural area. But, you know, they can explain sort of why they need that.
Well, I mean, I was just curious, is it more of a product of trying to limit the type of commercial activity that could occur in that space?
Yeah, I mean, that could be part of it as well, you know, because typically the larger the space, the more parking you need. Now, this is a little different because of the occupancy of and the use, so.
Okay.
And may I follow up? The 5,000 is aggregate as total, because he's got two buildings on this, right?
Mhm.
So it's because of the two buildings, and if we had one building, it would still, if we had three buildings, it would still be 5,000, and he'd have to come in for a variance, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
I mean,
just
the
a
one
sort of
building's already over, but they're asking for an additional building.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sort of
I'm sure
extra
we'll have-
level of scrutiny, you know, in this sensitive sort of areas. Kind of
Well, I'm
like-
sure the applicant will explain all of that very shortly then.
Mr. Truesdale?
I'm not sure we should be questioning whether the wisdom of the 5,000 feet. I think the question that you had was a good one, but are we talking about a variance for 115% of what's allowed or 162%? I'm looking at 8,100
Yeah,
feet.
it's
or-
not a variance, it's a special exception. So we're looking at the special exception criteria for this one. It's, the reason they did it as a special exception is because it's in the use section and we don't allow use variances. So in chapter 6 are all our uses. And this is just, like Sally said, I think the main point is the massing.
Is
Yeah,
what?
the massing, like a larger, like a big building in
I
the
understand.
RC.
Are we 115% or is it 162% that we're talking about over 5,000?
Over the 5,000. I guess she's doing the math on her.
Well, I'm just doing the math in my head, but if we've got,
Yeah.
if we've got the, 5,800 square feet, that'd be about a little 15% and some change. If it's 81%, it's 162 and some change. Which are we, I'm just curious, are we talking about?
I mean, both, yeah. I mean, they're over by adding, whether or
you
not
add
they
them
added the
together.
second building or not.
Right.
So I don't know. why, like, again, like, we don't know why there's two buildings instead
And
of.
I'm just trying to understand the process.
Maybe they didn't want to do an 800, maybe they need 8,000, but they don't want to do one big 8,000.
So
That's
somebody
what I would
couldn't
speculate, but I
have,
don't.
couldn't have 3,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 3,000 feet.
No.
That might be a good question for the
No,
applicant.
you can't have that.
Yeah.
That would still require.
All right.
Yeah, anything above the 5,000, it automatically,
So the
it doesn't
total-
matter the number of buildings, anything over that
Okay,
5,000.
so the total we're talking about is 8,100 square feet,
Right.
Yes,
where we have 5,000
yes.
feet. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
It's a, yeah, it's a.
Yeah, good questions, good questions. I appreciate that. Any other questions of staff? Thank you, Ms. Working. Yes, sir, it's your turn. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. Good evening. I'm Giles Branch with EarthSource Engineering, 962 Houston Northcutt Boulevard in Mount Pleasant. Civil engineer for the project. Good questions, and sounds like you guys know where this is. This is rural Wadmalaw with an interesting combination of residential and light commercial, maybe even light industrial if you want to consider the power plant to the east of this property. We have a vacant wooded lot to the left. We have very much a rural residential area behind us, and then a new subdivision across from us, who you may hear from tonight. But by and large, this area is rural commercial. So we looked at the rural commercial from the very beginning. We met the owner of the property, who was with me tonight, along with his attorney, who would be here to speak on what is a clerical error. And I think it's very important to point that out early on, that this property, RC does allow for buildings over 8,000, 10,000. There's no limit on the square footage other than what you can park. The only reason that we're here tonight for a special exception is because of a clerical error that would never point you to the limitation. If you go to the land use chart currently in the Charleston County zoning ordinance, which the owner went through the process of checking his zoning before he purchased the property, it points you to a conditional allowance for this use. So his use is allowed and square footage is allowed, but when you go to the condition for the use, it points you to only for special exceptions for RR or there's another zoning. It does not say that there's a special exception for RC that limits you. So it's a clerical error. Staff's pointed that out in your report. They're working on fixing that. The attorney could speak to that more. The staff could point to that more. But that, obviously, by the time it came to us, the owner had purchased the property. He planned all along to do a wood workshop, which is what his business is. He's owner occupied, so I know some of the applicants tonight worry about people off premises. My client is on the property. He plans to build cabinets and quality furniture on the property. And this is what he has in mind and always did for the property. Was he has a storage building to one side, and he has where he makes his furnitures or cabinets. So there's a lot of commercial restaurant work where he installs it, but he builds it himself. He had to leave the office early today to be here. So he's with me. If we have any questions about what exactly it is he does and how he operates, and if you have more questions about this clerical area, I point to the attorney because I'm a civil engineer. I'm here to talk about the wetlands we're saving, the trees we're working around. We've got over a dozen trees on the upland alone. We got 2.45 acres. We could put a lot more building on this if we want, but he is very willing to give more than the required buffer. We got a 50-foot buffer required on the front. That's between us and the residential neighbors. We've given 100. We're way beyond that on the buffer. So we've got a really nice wooded site. I know we've seen a couple on Johns Island, must be a hot area. And there's a lot of trees all throughout Johns Island that we plan on saving. There are 2 trees that are coming out. I will point out those were D-grade trees. They're in the plan set that was submitted to staff. We had an arborist that looked at those, but we're saving every grand tree that's of health on the property. Happy to answer any questions or point to the legal or owner.
Very good. Okay, I'll start with you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to lead off. Yeah, Giles, thank you for your explanation. Let's hit the nail right on the head here. Explain to me a little bit more in detail, because I'm not the only commissioner up here that was asking about the square footage size. So I don't understand it. When you're saying it's a clerical error and we can clear it up, if you're telling me that there's no limitations on rural, what do we call this? Rural commercial zoning, then explain that to me real easily. Because if there's not, then that's the only issue I'm really seeing.
If you turn in the land use district, if you go to the zoning for rural commercial, it'll point you to allowed uses. And it surprisingly offers a lot of allowed uses. If we go to manufactured production general, it has cabinets. We can make clay or related projects, furniture cabinets related to products, toys, art, wood
Right,
products.
so the use is not a question, so
But there's conditions.
okay.
So if you turn to that condition section, it says it's conditionally allowed, and if you turn to section 6.4.57, when you go to those conditions, we meet all those conditions. But where there's a glitch in the ordinances, there's supposed to be a limitation for 5,000, but it does not say RC. It says RR. So there,
It's not allowed at all in RR, so I'd like to point that out.
Right.
So like, if you look at what you're supposed to do, and what I think they probably did was go to the use table first, and you can see, yes, there's a C in the box for RC, so you go to
Right.
the section. But then you go back and look, and it's not allowed at all in RR.
Right.
So it's clearly an error.
Okay.
It should be RC.
So really, the issue of the square footage that my compatriot over here was mentioning, it's really not an issue of 115% or 162%. It doesn't really matter from that standpoint.
as a legal matter now, as far as what I think the county intended, I think they intended for it to be a 5,000 for whatever reason, I don't know, for this type of use. But it was not clearly relayed in the ordinance, and I think that needs to be addressed. But we're here tonight to say we meet all the conditions that we believe are necessary for the use. And I'm happy to explain that with the...
One last question then. Is there a way to do it where you could stay, well, the one building is 5,700 already?
Yes,
And you're
sir.
adding, what's the size of the second building?
No, there's no buildings there. It's undeveloped. It's 5,700 is proposed for the workshop, and then he's got a 3,000 right next to it, or is it 25 for the storage? Furniture gets built, gets moved to the finishing area to get shipped out.
Okay. All right, that's all I have right now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Working, could you, sorry. Ms. Working, could you say again what you just said? Because you said there was an alternative way to see the requirement.
Yeah, so the first thing you do when you're looking at a use, and it will be easier if you pull it up on your iPad to see the use table. So I have, on the use table, I have manufacturing and production highlighted. And then you scroll down and you see RC is C, CC is also C. There's an A in industrial and rural industrial, so that means it's allowed by
Hang on, we're
right.
still pulling up the table.
And those two, yeah, sorry.
Can you put it on the screen?
I can, but it's not going to look great. It looks better on your iPad. I think it's kind of warped here.
Because, I mean, I think this is a big issue.
Yeah, so.
There we go.
Yeah,
It's
it
this
just
big
looks a
right
little like skinny. It will look better on your iPad. But anyways, so RR, there's blanks under that. So that means that it's not allowed at all in RR. So that condition does not apply to RR because it's not even allowed. It's not a conditional use in RR. And CC is one of our most restrictive, or I'm sorry, probably least restrictive, I meant to say, commercial district, and it's still for this type of use saying that it's conditional that you can only do 5,000 if it's a CC as well. So it's RC and CC.
But it should have been there.
Yes. And there's also an error in the numbering, so it happens.
But we can't penalize them for
Yeah.
this is not make of their own making.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Shouldn't be a
What about here on my left? Any questions over here on this? Yes, sir,
sure.
Mr. Nelson.
So, Mr. Branch, thank you for being here this evening. The staff in their report has indicated that you may not meet the first two criteria for the special exception. Can you describe, from your perspective, why you do meet those criteria?
Great question.
Sure. The first criteria is the proposed use consistent with the recommendation of Charleston County Comprehensive Plan and the character of the underlying zone and the purpose of the intent. The use is allowed. The manufacturing use is allowed in the zoning, so we are consistent with what's allowed. The square footage, quite honestly, of this building is needed for the client, but it will not change the character or the conduct of the property for any other manufacturing business. Does it need to be cleaned up in the ordinance so that no one else falls into this same problem? Yes. But we certainly feel like with with 3 employees for this entire facility. This is not a large-scale facility that's coming to town that's going to drive traffic. You have basically, he makes it himself and installs. So certainly, I think it's consistent with the zoning because the zoning allows it. Number 2 is describe how the proposed use is compatible with existing uses of the vicinity and will not adversely affect the welfare or the general character of the immediate community. This neighborhood is in an area that the neighborhood across the street is surrounded by other RC zoning. Right now, there's a vacant lot to one side, as I mentioned earlier. Could be another RC commercial zone property. They would be required to meet the same buffers as we are. We just happen to be exceeding the buffer out of respect for the frontage and the trees in the front. We have left more than the 50-foot requirement. So it's certainly not going to adversely affect the character. The extra square footage that we need is not changing to reduce any buffers or take out any more trees that would take away from the character of the neighborhood. And the view they have now coming out of their neighborhood's a quite nice wooded lot in front of them. They'll continue to see a vegetated buffer when they come out. So other properties are zoned. There's a substation to the right. If you look at the substation and aerial, you can see Berkeley County Electric unfortunately did not take the same consideration that we did, and we would hope that others would in the future. But there's no guarantee that others will do what my client is proposing in preserving additional area.
So along those lines, so your client already does this type of work, right?
Yes, sir.
Where's his facility currently?
He's in the area on River Road, and happy to let him answer specifics to how he operates.
We can ask him if he comes up in a little bit. That's fine. And I had one follow-up question. It slipped my mind, and I didn't write it down, so I guess you're off the hook for now. Oh, I know what and this is something to think about. I know that we're going to hear from the neighbors out there here shortly, and one thing to be thinking about, if there's, and this is kind of for us board as well, for the board as well, but is there a way that we could add a condition if the use is not an issue, but it's just the size of a property? If there's a way we could add a condition about future uses on that property that would restrict the ability for it to become something else in the future. There may be options that we can employ if we elect to approve this particular request.
Sure. Yeah, there's no immediate plans for expansion. I'll mention if it was a different use that it could actually be bigger, so we'd have to be thoughtful of that.
That's all I have.
Okay. All right. I don't think we have any other questions, so thank you so very much. So you have information for us as well, sir.
I do.
Speaking in,
And thank you. Yes, in support of the application.
Yes, sir.
My name is David Marvel. I'm an attorney. My office is 220 Church Street, Suite 101, and that is in Mount Pleasant, right off Shem Creek. Be clear here. We're here, we've got sort of two positions, and I'm here to make the one legal argument, which is that the ordinance, and nobody contests this, the ordinance does not place a square footage restriction on the RC zoning, period. Okay? Does not put it in there. I think it's charitable to call it a clerical error. That's what it has been called by zoning. And so, the owner wants to be a good neighbor. The owner wants to be in compliance with what the county wants them to do, and in conjunction with what he sees the character of Wadmalaw Island. He's a Wadmalaw Island resident. So we're here for the purpose of stating, as Giles said, that we believe that the plan meets all of the criteria for a special exception. Now, that being said, I do not believe that a special exception is required for this property because the ordinance itself, and this is section 6.47.57, manufacturing and production, says, I'll quote in this, the following additional conditions shall only apply to the RR and CC zoning districts. And that is where, underneath that, a structure or structures used for specialized manufacturing shall have a maximum floor area of 5,000 square feet. Otherwise, this use shall comply with the special exception provisions of this ordinance. So as the ordinance reads, it does not apply to this particular property. If it's a clerical error, then that's for council to correct. And just as to go through the timeline, the first reading of this was approved on September 28th of 2021. There was an April 19th, 2021 Planning Commission workshop cited in those minutes. of which the Wadmalaw Island Land Planning Committee, which is one of the letters in opposition that was submitted, participated in this workshop, submitted a letter that is cited in the record addressing one issue, not addressing this particular issue that we see here today. On June 28th, there was a Planning Commission workshop and meeting. At that, there was no additional public input. On September 14th, 2021, there was a public hearing. As of noon on September 14th, 16 letters of support were received. No letters in opposition were submitted. 6 people spoke in support of the amendments. No one spoke in opposition. Now, the committee recommended the council approve an ordinance enacting the amendments. That motion was accepted and the first reading was approved. Now, this is all part of the process somewhere between 2018 and 2021, if I recall, to what the minutes called an update, overhaul, and reorganization of the zoning ordinance, okay? So that's where we are as of September 28th. On October 12th of 2021, the second reading went forward. The vote was 7 ayes, 2 absents. The chairman declared the ordinance to have received second reading approval. No one spoke in favor or in opposition of it. On October 26th of 2021, on the third reading, the zoning ordinance in its entirety was approved with 8 ayes and 1 nay. The ordinance had received that third reading approval and became the zoning ordinance for the county of Charleston. So since then, in 2 years, apparently this is the only property that has come up, have this issue where somebody looked at it and finally said, well, wait a minute, that's not what we think the ordinance says. My position would be that zoning doesn't have the power to say what the ordinance says, or well, they don't have the power to change what the ordinance says. Let me put it that way. And therefore, a special exception is not required for the proposed use or for the site plan on this particular property as it sits. Now, I'll address a couple of issues that I think might answer some questions. And I'll let Mr. Brooks, Josh Brooks, who's here this evening, just to explain their position. So Josh Brooks, I've represented Josh Brooks and J. Brooks LLC and this particular LLC that owns this property for some time. And so Josh Brooks is the sole member of both of those LLCs. J. Brooks LLC is the cabinet manufacturing company. 1491 Liberia LLC is the property owner itself, but there's no difference in membership of those two LLCs, and so that's how it becomes the owner-occupied. My understanding is that the reason for the 2 buildings is that the requirements for both building custom cabinets and then painting them, if you want to do it as well as you can seal off some portion of the secondary process, painting, securing, anything that you might need to do prior to shipping the installation in that second building. That's the smaller building there. The larger building, if it were required to be made smaller, would actually allow for less storage on site. And that means more local deliveries from companies that they buy their particular wood for, because they make custom cabinets. They don't ship to Lowe's, they don't ship to Home Depot. Very, very little traffic created, but that extra storage space on there will facilitate less intrusion on the neighborhood, not more. As was pointed out, the 5,000 square foot limitation doesn't really seem to, at least as far as I could find, there's no mathematics that go into that specifics in there. It doesn't matter, what the property size is. The plan
Chair,
here.
can we look at time? We've got to be over time.
Yeah, I was going to get him. Go ahead.
And so it doesn't actually, the size of the buildings itself don't apply in the nature of where the property is, and this particular property does fit that aspect of it's consistent with the land use regulations because of the way that it fits inside with the buffers and wetlands and whatnot.
Okay. Thank you.
I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, one moment, please. Let's see if any one of these board, could you come back to the podium, please, sir?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Let's see if any board member has a question for you. I'm going to start over here to my left with Mr. Nelson, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you were making a statement about the approval process of the zoning ordinance for the RC zoning, going back to 2018, 2019. Do you have, how was it published at that time? How was the language published for the RC zoning at that time?
For the
Going back through planning commission, for the readings before council, all three of the readings, the planning staff does a very good job of pushing that information out so that it's actually printed. And
certainly.
Was that clerical error included in those early versions of the public notices of everything that went in front of planning commission? And
every version that I've been able to locate has that same issue with it. I did check the actual, because you can see the zoning ordinance online, but you can't see the actual version that's attached to the approval. And I did check that today, and it's in there as well.
Okay. That's all I have.
Mr. Neal?
It's a simple question. If you are taking the position that you don't believe you need to apply for this special exception, why wouldn't you just not do it and then fight it out in court if the county comes to you? Because I don't feel comfortable voting tonight on something that sounds like it's going to be a back and forth issue if it's not even relevant. I'd rather let the lawyers handle that than board members, because then we're going to vote on something that should have been passed. Why wouldn't you just go and do it without it?
I can answer that as a lawyer twofold. First, if I would believe that if the special exception is approved, which we believe it should be, it would moot the question of what the ordinance says or should say. Okay, so that issue would be dead. If we were not to come before the board, so as I said, when the issue was brought up by zoning, my client's reaction to that was, well, okay, let's see if we can fit within what you want us to do, and then because like I said, they want to be good neighbors, they want to fit in with the character of the area.
Briefly.
But if we had not brought this through this process, it could be seen in court as waiving our administrative remedies.
Okay, that's fair. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you very much.
All right.
I had a question.
Yes, sir.
To follow up on what Mr. Neal said, and I appreciate your response, but I'm thinking in terms of why you wouldn't have gone to court first and sought a declaratory judgment and said, Judge, we think we're right. We think this ought to happen, and I'm wondering if maybe we have it backwards. That you should have gone to the court first, seek instructions, see if you're right or wrong, rather than what looks to me more like a three-step process.
I would anticipate the county's response to that action would be that we have to go through our administrative remedies first. We have to seek the permission from the county, which is this board here, to proceed in the way that we want to, because technically it hasn't been denied, it's just been forced into the special exception category. And until we do that, that remedy is not ripe in court. And if we went to court first, it might ultimately, you might not be able to come back here if you've already waived your administrative remedy. If the court finds you have waived your administrative remedies, you might not have the administrative remedy to proceed with.
Well, that leads into my second question. If that were so, if we were to defer, or you were to ask that we defer to allow you to go get more clarification from the court, wouldn't that be would that be an alternative, and why would that be a bad idea?
Well, we would prefer that the board approve the site plan as is. We think it fits where it is, because as a practical matter, judicial economy, the board's economy, the county's money, it suits no purpose to have to go through, different processes to try and reach the same result, which is we think the site plan as submitted meets the criteria and should get the special exemption regardless of what, if we take zoning's position that, hey, you have to read the ordinance as we think it should have been written, okay, fair, then we deserve the special exception. And if we get that, then that obviates the need for, litigation, which is expensive to the county, and delays the process even further.
Okay. So let me get a point of clarity over here for you from Mr. Nelson.
And Mr. Hughesy, please correct me if I'm wrong in what I'm about to say. But if you you had to start the site plan review process in any way, shape, or form to develop that property. And so the zoning administrator said, hey, we have a basically informing the staff said, hey, we have a clerical error here. This is why you got to comply with the 5,000 square foot. Either way, if you wanted to challenge the zoning administrator's decision, it would come before this board.
Yes.
Or you could request a special exception for the 5,000 square feet. So in either scenario, it's coming before the board before it goes to court.
Right.
Yes. Is that correct?
Right. But wouldn't it, if it was...
That is correct.
If it was a definition of the zoning administrator, it would be a different plurality. It'd be 2/3 versus the majority, correct? Correct? Which is not what we have here tonight. We have here tonight in asking for the variant, a special exception.
And I would like to make the final point. I don't think it serves the county's interest for this to proceed into litigation. I mean, Mr. Brooks bought this property at the end of December in 2021, 2 months after this ordinance was in the books. You could look at it online. He could look at it knowing what the zoning was for this property and bought the property for the purposes of building this facility. It would be significant hardship and economic detriment to the owner and J. Brooks LLC and Mr. Brooks personally.
Okay.
If he were not be able to proceed with what zoning originally told him he could do, for the record.
Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application?
Genesis is going to pass out a letter. There was a gentleman that his name was on the WAMLA letter in opposition, and he said that was an error, and he is not in opposition. He supports this request. So she's going to pass that out.
While she's doing that, do we have anyone to speak in opposition?
Well, I think we're still... Is the property owner going to come? Oh.
Well,
Is the property owner going to speak?
No, he didn't want to
elect not to.
No? Okay.
So if you would, please state your name and address for the record.
Melinda Kelly. I'm at 2124 Allendale on Wabmalaw. I'm here on behalf of the Wabmalaw Land Planning Committee. I'll jump into, rather than going through the letter, y'all have the letter that we submitted. That individual's name actually did not come up in the letter. We took all the subcommittee members' names off because we had talked with that individual. But what I'd like to do is take a different opposing legal position. First of all, whoever brought up about appealing the staff, I feel that should have come first. That you appeal an administrative decision.
Yeah.
They say there's a discrepancy, you disagree, you appeal it. We feel that it's incumbent, it would have been incumbent, should have been incumbent on clarifying why they were different. The table says there is a condition, points to the condition number. When you go to the condition and it leaves out RC, why was there a discrepancy? I've taught land use law for many, 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 many years, and that's the first thing I teach my students, and the very last thing, go to the planning department and always find out. Now, this is not to be ugly against them at all. I mean, I with all due respect. But I feel that there was a discrepancy and that it should have been ironed out first. One says one thing, one says the other. So I don't think that it was the fact that it doesn't have the application of the 5,000 or applying to their property. It clearly says in the table that it does have that condition. And then just you go to the condition and it didn't have it. It had 2 commas. It had RR, 2 commas, and a CC, which was confusing in itself. And to me, I think, finding out why there is a discrepancy might have been a really good idea. But to get to the criteria, because the criteria is what's important here. And I believe that none of the, I agree with the two that the staff said may not meet because, but I also feel that, we feel that all of the other ones don't meet. And here's why. The first one that says that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and the purpose and intent of the RC zoning. Comprehensive plan actually says commercial development in the rural area for rural commercial.
You know what? I hate to do this. You know your time has expired, right?
No, I did not know that.
Okay.
All right.
Let me see if somebody can help you. Does any board member have a question? Mr. Nelson?
Yes, I do. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. I was going to ask if she would explain on the 5 criteria, the other 4 criteria that staff had said that they seem to meet, why she believes that they do not meet those.
Okay, that would have been 3, 4, 5, and 6, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
On 3, we're just simply saying that we don't think there's been site plan review. They were in the middle of it. We don't know if setbacks and buffering are going to be included, and we just don't know if they will minimize or mask loud noise, dust, traffic of trucks and that sort of thing. So we're just saying we don't know much about that, but don't believe that setbacks would help the noise. And the noise is a huge issue here, potential noise, I should say. The 4th one, we're saying having to do with important natural features. This property, if you saw, of course, you saw the site plan and the buildings that total 8,100 square feet, the buildings back up to a very important wetland on Wadmalaw. It's the drainage wetland for the Leadenwall Creek. And we're kind of concerned about that because that's what it says, incorporate any that preserves and incorporates any natural features. To preserve that, we're not sure what they can do to preserve it, but we're worried about paints, thinners, things that go on with manufacturing that could be on the soil, it could have runoff into the wetlands and that sort of thing. The next one had to do with use conditions and standards. That's where I felt it was very important to point out this discrepancy. And that the use condition itself, that they should have cleared it up. And we felt that it was consistent. It's just that it needed to be questioned at least. And the 6th one has to do with vehicular traffic and pedestrian movement. There are 2 little neighborhoods across the street from this, the Peerless Village and the Peerless Point. And having trucks come out, Maybank Highway is very close, the second lot down from Maybank, with trucks coming out. Liberia Road is very narrow. We felt that and the hours of operation being 7:30 to 6, people walk in the morning, they ride bikes, they're out and about, and we were very concerned about the traffic and pedestrian and bicycles. But the main thing if I could...
Yeah, wrap it up, because
Okay.
that answers my question.
Okay, the main thing that we wanted to say is that it's incompatible. This is an industrial use. There's no industrial. Contrary to what was said, the uses that are there now, the substation is a utility category. And when you look in these categories in the use table, this happens to be in the industrial category, which, we kind of were a little concerned that this was allowed, but that it is, so we can't say anything about it, except that there is nothing else industrial or commercial on this road. Liberia is not like that.
Okay.
There's a church, there's a post office, residential, so this is
Thank you.
inconsistent.
Well, if anyone else, Mr. Jordan has a question for you, so.
What noise exactly are you concerned about?
Well, we don't know for sure what, because it's in the manufacturing category, I'm imagining that there will be power tools, power saws, planers, anything that has to do with making woodworking, there would probably be some noise. Yeah. And that, also the noise that carries across wetlands, I don't know, we haven't seen the site plan that's been approved, so we're not really sure about that, but we do believe that there would likely be noise from the fact that it's a manufacturing company.
So you say there's neighborhoods close by?
Yes, sir. It is right across the street. It showed a minute ago on the map that was pulled up a minute ago.
You can see it right there.
It is directly across, and it's a
Well, wouldn't it be
small-
safe to assume they may have some power tools in their homes that you
Well,
might hear?
Yes, sir. I'm sure that everybody has a garage with power tools, but this is 8,100 square feet of a manufacturing company. It's an industrial use.
And my other question is, you don't think this gentleman's going to deliberately pour paint thinner on the ground, do you?
I hope not. We hope
I wouldn't
not.
imagine today's world DHEC would allow that.
No, sir, we hope not. We hope exactly that you're right. But
Thank you.
just accidents happen.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Kelly, thank you so much for being here. This is kind of a curious case because if the owner of the property kept it below 5,000 square feet, he could run all the power tools there that he wanted to. Correct. So I'm just curious about y'all's thoughts. What if it were 6,000 square feet or 5,500 square feet? Would that still be an issue to the community, or are you more concerned about the actual use of the property?
No, we can't do anything about the use because it's listed in the ordinance. So whether or not all the readings were passed, these dates and who said what, it's there. So we can't really do anything about that. It's anything over and above what the law allows. I mean, we're pretty consistent about that in our committee. We try to, see things the way they are within the parameters of the ordinance. And then looking at the criteria, we had to match that up with the fact that it does exceed, and that's why they're here. So if that answers your question.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. I take that back. I have no question.
Just wanted to, that you said there was no other commercial or no other manufacturing entities on this entire road. Is that correct?
That's correct. There happens to be a convenience center, but that is zoned agricultural. There's a post office, there's a church, there are the residences across the street. The utility substation is in the utility category. Nothing is industrial, nothing is commercial. The rural commercial itself has been in effect for a long time, but there's no commercial. So
And is the concern being that if this was allowed, this variance over 5,000 would set a precedent for additional applications for rural commercial
Yes, sir.
activity?
Very much concerned about that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All good questions. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. for your
Thank you
testimony.
very much.
Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. Blue shirt. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Well, how about let this lady come first, if you don't mind? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Julie Denton. I am blessed, actually my address is 5311 Peerless Place Drive. I am blessed to live across the street from this proposed build. I understand that it has been communicated that this is a commercial corridor. This is not a commercial corridor. It's a very quiet street. I want to give you a glimpse of rural Wadmalaw. There's people walking their dogs. So I don't want it to come across that, there's factories or anything down this road. Literally, I could walk to his proposed business from my house. It's on the corner of my subdivision. So to Melinda's point, I think we're just concerned. Ironically, my husband is a woodworker. I know what the noise sounds like on a small scale. I can't imagine what a full-blown proposed furniture building sounds like from 7:30 to 6. My husband and I actually work from home, so we're going to get to hear this throughout the day while we're working our jobs. So I just wanted to note that. I don't want anybody to think that this is a full-blown commercial road where there's lots of businesses. It's a very quiet neighborhood. You have my letter of opposition with all our points from the neighborhood, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you. So hold on. Let me see if anyone has a question for you, please, ma'am.
Okay.
Does anyone have a question? Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
I do want to ask one question just about Liberia Road in general. I know as you move down Liberia, I think there's a big tomato packing plant down the road.
It used to be a tomato packing plant.
Is
It's
it
not
in
anymore.
use in any way, shape, or form? so
No,
you don't get
actually,
truck
it's the
traffic?
resident of someone now, however strange that sounds, but the old factory is there. And our neighbors' parents actually live, they've built out a space where that is their residence now.
Wow, that's a big residence.
It is. It's only a corner of the old plant, but that's where they live.
And so then past that, you've got the fire station.
The
and
fire
then-
station, there's a church on the left. Then you have, mostly everybody comes down the road. We do have noise from the traffic, mainly coming to the dump. So that is the most noise, and, sorry, my alarm keeps going out. But it's a very, very quiet rural neighborhood. My husband and I just moved there 5 months ago, not even anticipating this. And because we love the quiet rural neighborhood. But, and I'm not against a woodworking person trying to get closer to home. That's not what this is about. I feel like, to Melinda's point, the exception that possibly could be made here, we know something's going in. But the magnitude and the scale of it is, I think, what we're concerned about, and the noise factor, along with, how do you control the dust that's coming from? These are all questions I have for him. How do you control the pollution, the dust? I mean, my husband has built furniture. I know what that looks like. So those are all my concerns.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Jordan.
Did you mention a dump's close by?
The dump is close by. It's like 2 minutes from my house.
You ever hear any noise out of it?
What's that?
You ever get any noise from it?
Nope.
But it's close to you, though.
No, it's probably a 2-minute drive down the
Trucks
road.
don't bring stuff in?
They do. Yeah, we get the road noise, but that's all we, other than that, besides on Saturdays, people bringing their trash to the dump, it's a very, very
Is it a
quiet
tractor
road.
that's moving the stuff around there?
What's that?
Is there a tractor moving whatever is the dumps in the dump, moving it around?
No, we're not close enough to hear the noise from the dump.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Thank you so very much for
Thank
your
you.
testimony. Do we have anyone? Yes, sir. I saw your hand. You were next, sir.
Excuse me, Richard Galloway. I live at 5564 Hammerhead Avenue, basically across from the substation. I'm at the end of Hammerhead. I'm in the back left corner. But I think right now, from what I've heard, that there needs to be a legal issue resolved. I think before anything further can go on as far as approving or not approving the application. I certainly hope it's not approved, but in living there now for 10 years, addressing one question that you had concerning the dump, yes, we do have their dumpsters coming back and forth occasionally. They also come down, not necessarily our road at Liberia, but they also come down Bears Bluff Road, come in that way. There is no tractor there. It is all compactors. They run 3 compactors, and that's it.
Thank you.
My concern is, being in the construction business, a building this size, I have a lot of questions that have not been answered and don't have the information yet about how many employees he's going to have, what kind of deliveries he's going to have, his dumpster on site, dust collection system. If it's a dust collection system, that's running outside the building that sucks it in and can put it into a dumpster. All around, I just oppose it due to, the wetlands being there and excess noise, excess traffic, because I'm between where his driveway will be and the stop sign. My road is right there. And I'm certainly more jammed in. His driveway appears to be straight across from Peerless Point, so they're looking down his driveway. I just feel that, they talk about a buffer zone, but from the size of that piece of property and the size of the building they're asking for, I just don't see, 2 and 2 aren't adding up to me. There are too many unanswered questions. And I think we need more information. I certainly oppose this. There's another gentleman here with me. He's not going to speak, but he opposes it also. He's in the neighborhood where I am. And you've heard from Peerless Point also.
Okay.
But I feel at this point, this needs to be declined.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Let me see if anyone has a question for you. Does anyone on my right have a question? All right, I got one. Mr. Jordan has a question for you. No. Okay. Anyone on my right? Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony tonight.
Thank you for your time.
Do we have anyone else that has anything different to say? In opposition, please? Thank you, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm William Spivey. I'm at 1895 Liberia Road. So, Guatemala is basically surrounded by water, and the interior is water and a patchwork of rice fields. So I can stand in my yard and 350 yards away hear Kelly Fort over on Bent's Road talking to her mules. She can hear my children and my chickens. I can hear music coming from Margaret Gray a mile and a half away because we're all sitting on the water and the noise travels across the water. This property is backing up. If you look at the aerial view, those gray trees, that's all water. And we're going to be able to listen to what's going on from 7:30 in the morning to 6 o'clock in the evening. This is a huge, huge undertaking for one man just to make cabinets, a few cabinets a year. Mr. Brooks and his wife Ariel moved from Columbia to Charleston to be in the cabinet business. Amen. It's capitalism. He's put his facility on Johns Island, and now he's opening another quite large facility for one man to make cabinets on Guatemala. I don't think there's an economic payback to that for one man to be able to have this facility. It seems like a reasonable and smart businessman would want to consolidate his expenses in one location. Even if not, I'm familiar with the cabinet business, and you have bag collection, you have the fans, you have the CNC machines operating, you have all of these things that not just the people across the street, but people a half a mile away on the other side of the rice fields. You have hundreds of people, hundreds of households that are going to be listening to this from 7:30 in the morning to 6 o'clock at night. This is not compatible with Guatemala. Amen.
All right.
Thank you.
Let me see if anyone has a question for you. Anyone on my left? All right. Thank you so very much for your
Indeed.
testimony.
Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Okay. To the applicant, you have the right of rebuttal. So whomever would like to come forward for that minute, you have 2 minutes for the right of rebuttal.
I would love to address the application and allow the owner to speak.
You get 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
it'd
I'll be
you-
quick.
You get one, either he or you can do it.
I can't split it?
The applicant.
Applicant, please.
My name is Josh Brooks. I live at 2460 Anchor Watch Drive on Guatemala. I have a thumb drive I recorded this morning in front of the shop I currently am working out of. Recorded it from the street, which is 48 paces to the corner of my shop. I would ask that this be played so they can see exactly how much noise my shop makes. I have 2 guys that work with me 32 hours or less a week. They do other things for themselves. I'm trying to do this so I can work closer to home. The property is 4 minutes from my house. I've got no intention of being a bad neighbor. I've got no intention of polluting wetlands or anything like that. All my waste is disposed of in a manner consistent with accepted DHEC practices. You know, we keep our dust. Every machine is on its own dust collector. This is this morning. This is 48 paces, less than 150 feet from the road shop. The way that's laid out now, the corner of my shop would be 300 feet from the edge of the road. So I think that this should do a lot to allay any concerns about noise. It's not much to listen to until you get inside the building. There's a dust collector, CFC. Right now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Downey. If you return that. Let's see if we have any questions for you on the rebuttal. I see Mr. Neal's hand is raised over there, so we'll let him ask a few questions to start off with.
So there's obviously a lot of issues here with this application and with opposition, and mine is focused on one issue, and that is you have applied for the special exception, so you are forcing our hand to make a decision based on those criteria. And if I have to make a decision tonight, the one I'm having a problem with is not the noise and all the other stuff, it's number 2. And it clearly states, is this compatible with the existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community? Before I have you respond, to tell me why I should be voting for that one line item. Remember, you've had opposition that talks about sound. You're trying to address the sound. You've had opposition about traffic. You've had opposition about how sound carries across into a wetland. You've had opposition that talks about the water table, all of those issues. I would much rather see this go and be clarified by lawyers and people a lot smarter than me. But if I got to vote tonight, I can't vote to support this because of number 2. Tell me why I should.
There is more in and out traffic coming out of the Peerless subdivision than would be generated from my business. There would be 3 vehicles coming and going twice a day. If we take lunch, typically we ride in 1 vehicle. The other traffic, I'm not sure of where that's even coming from, because I get maybe 2 to 3 deliveries a month. I work on a small scale. Why the square footage I'm requesting? Because that's the maximum that I can have without fire suppression.
That's a good answer.
I like the idea of having the space to store stuff. I like the idea of having space to spread out. And this is what I've worked my professional life to do.
Mr. Chairman, if I can follow up just on that one answer, I don't want to occupy all the time here. It maybe zero more in on adversely affect, meaning I'm categorizing this use is more of industrial. I heard that from one of the people. In what I just looked at, there's somebody making cabinets. So I don't know a lot about it, but it looks industrial to me. You're saying it's a very small scale. Well, you're asking for 6,000 or 8,000 square feet. It looks like it could be large scale. This looks like it should go in industrial, and this is a rural community, and that's where I'm struggling, and I just don't see how I can put this square peg in this round hole. And you're talking about traffic, I'm talking about manufacturing. There's no manufacturing in this area.
The cabinet shops are an accepted use of the land. When I purchased the land, I did look at the table, and I did not see that my zoning was listed.
Right.
I had no reason to look and see what RR was and was not.
I agree with that. I understand that.
As you can see, it's quiet. As I've said, the traffic is minimal. I dispose of everything completely above board. And I just, aside from that, I'm not sure what else I could tell you. If you can ask a question.
I think you got a great case on the other side. I just don't think you have a great one tonight on this board, but that's fine. That's just my opinion. Thank you, Mr.
See if
Chairman.
we have any questions on this side. Okay, Mr. Jordan?
So if this is approved and you get set up and you're running your business, do you foresee in the future there might be a chance where you want to combine under one roof and shut the first one down into this one?
I'm not sure I follow what you mean.
In other words, put it all under the new roof. It would be actually more going on than what you're doing now, wouldn't it? If you shut the one you got existing down and move it down there, it'd be bigger. Be more people working, wouldn't it?
No, absolutely not. I am not looking to grow my business at all. I work with a very small number of contractors and designers in Charleston. I don't do retail. I'm not open to the public. This is just a place for me to come and build furniture and to build cabinets.
Thank you.
Yes.
Back over on this side. Do we have any questions back over on this side? Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
How big is your current facility on Johns Island?
Currently, right now, I rent a section of a building that is roughly 5,000 square feet, and I rent another section of an adjacent building that's roughly 2,500 square feet.
So you're basically looking to replace almost like for like.
I'm trying to stop putting equity in somebody else's pocket and leave something for my job.
In terms of the building that you're proposing to construct, and we've heard a lot of talk about noise coming from the building, what type of features would you incorporate into the building to mitigate any impacts to noise to the neighbors?
That's a good question.
Great question.
The way that I've set everything up, all the cutting would be done in the very back of the building. That would then have to pass through an intermediate wall, which would be insulated by mineral wool, which is a sound dampener. From there, it would have to go through the face of the building, and there's a bump out on that building that would have office, kitchen, ADA compliant bathroom. So there are numerous layers that it has to go through. What you saw the video of, there was a roll-up door right there, and you couldn't hear anything from the road.
And would you ever operate the facility with, you're going to have roll-up doors, I think on the schematics that we had from, I think, David Thompson Architects.
Yes.
There were some roll-up doors. Would you ever operate with the roll-up doors open?
There is no plan to operate with them open. I was probably going to get fans and the large industrial fans overhead to keep air down and move air.
And then in terms of the dust that's generated from construction, how do you dispose of the dust?
I will remove it from site, take it to the dump or the landfill.
And so you're bagging it from your exhaust system?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions.
All good questions, Mr. Nelson. Anything else? Okay. Oh, great. You feel that you had an opportunity to exhaust all your means?
I think so.
Okay. Very good. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Sure.
Okay. This is closed to the general public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Do we have any general discussion?
Question for our lawyer.
Glad you do.
There's a confusion about what is allowed and what is not, and I really didn't understand fully your response to Mr. Nelson's question about whether they could, if we have a desire to get more legal clarification, and we want to be fair to everybody, could they get would there be a process for them to get a declaratory judgment by a judge that said, yes, you were entitled to rely on a clerical error, or no, you should have known better?
My opinion is that there is no controversy until there's a ruling from this board.
Well, once we rule, it's kind of a done deal, though, isn't it?
You can appeal it to
Who
circuit
can?
court. The applicant.
But if we approve it, it would, this side wouldn't have any, well, I guess they could hire an attorney and appeal, or could they?
This side has an attorney. They have attorneys.
Okay.
Because you're saying this side, you're talking about
The opponents. If we,
I'm not sure I understand.
If we approve this request for a zoning variance, what happens next?
Yeah, he gets his permit. I mean, he gets.
It'd be a done deal. It'd be a done deal.
Yeah, but if the legal department disagrees, they can appeal your decision. It's happened before.
The opponents could appeal the decision as well.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Whatever decision you all make today, either side can appeal it, can disagree with you.
Okay.
Or agree with you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
It seems like the issue here, we're talking about, he can do this business, and he can do it at 5,000 square feet. So we're really talking about the size, of the facility. And I think we've heard testimony that there is no other rural commercial activity on this road today. So this will be the first one. And the law is 5,000 square feet. So if we approve something larger, then at some point in the future, if some other applicant buys property along there and wants to do a rural commercial activity of some point, can point to this and say, that the 5,000 rule has been waived. So in my mind, the fact that this will be the first and that this is the rule, then approving something larger that's above and beyond that is not in keeping with what we should do in this case, given. And I understand the controversy about looking and pointing and the discrepancy that is faced, but the fact is that that's the situation I think we're facing with. It's really a question of size. I mean, he's authorized to do this. So,
Mr. Nelson?
So I know we're jumping ahead to discussion. Can I ask questions of staff first?
That was the first option. Yes, sir.
So I don't have the zoning ordinance in front of me, and I meant to do this earlier today, but underneath the RC zoning, would a boarding facility for horses be allowed underneath this use, or even a residential structure, or some other type of building that doesn't have a square foot limit?
Well, that's a great question.
Single-family dwelling units are conditional. Hold on, make sure.
Is to appeal that.
Those are multifamily
There's a maximum building coverage of 40% for RC.
for RC.
And that would be inclusive of the entire property and not uplands and wetlands, correct?
It would be based on Highland.
And there's 2.5 acres of highlands on this property?
I believe that's right.
Be a big building.
What were the other uses that you were asking for? The single-family,
basically what I was asking, are there any other allowed uses that have a square footage limitation such as this? And Jenny basically answered by saying that the 40% coverage of the uplands on the property would be the square footage limitation.
Yeah, for other uses. Yeah, and what I was trying to explain with the community commercial, that's our least restrictive zoning district. So it wouldn't make any sense for that to be restricted at 5,000
Right.
and then have RC a
Have
free-for-all
no-
or
a free-for-all,
40%
right.
building coverage. Yeah.
It would still be within that
'Cause-
category, within that genre.
They wouldn't have put CC in there if that was the case.
But it's such a strange requirement because you could have a 50-acre property that's zoned RC that has a 5,000 square foot building limit. Next door to it, you could have an agricultural use that is that's a horse boarding facility that has a 10,000 square foot barn that's perfectly legal, that could be used for woodworking activities by the owner of that property. I'm struggling because of just the 5,000 square foot number and where that came from and how that necessarily applies to this particular use. And personally, I think, as I indicated earlier, I think there's a way to remedy it. If if a facility was built there that were 8,000 square feet, our decisions today do not affect future decisions this board makes. I don't think you can argue a future owner on Wamala Island couldn't argue precedence just because the neighbor was allowed. They would have to go through the process to prove that that's what they need.
That's correct.
The 5,000 square foot number just seems arbitrary to me, and I don't quite understand.
And you guys have seen some of these, I think, on John's Island, right, Sally? We've done a couple of these. I think it was, I gotta find the use.
So when looking at the use table.
Special
just,
trade contractor. Special trade contractor.
Right. On just the page, one of the pages here, going down the uses that are conditional in RC, special trade contractor, 5,000 square feet or special exception.
Right. And you guys have seen those on.
Consumer rental, consumer goods rental center, 5,000 square feet or special exception. That's the condition. Consumer repair service consumer, 5,000 square feet or special exception. So.
And it's all referencing back to the same.
No, there are different sections.
Okay.
But has that condition in those different sections that
Embedded in
references
one.
for RC, those types of uses, limited to 5,000 square feet or
RC.
expansion with a special exception beyond that.
Okay.
So there are other uses in this district that have that requirement.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Mr. Dowling, you had a comment?
He was asking about small animal boarding, and small animal boarding is limited to 2,000 square feet unless a special exception is granted.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Any other questions of staff? Okay. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion either to approve or deny this particular case. Mr. Neal?
Well, I want to make a motion for denial. It's not going to be popular on one side, but I think there are remedies down the road. Okay, so case number BZA 102300716, special exception request to exceed. I make a motion to deny this variant, this special exception, due to number 2 does not meet the criteria. It is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will adversely affect the general welfare and the character of the immediate community. Do I need to list any other reasons or just that one? Because if it doesn't meet the one, it doesn't meet all.
Would you consider the, under 3.6.5, number 2, which would be the size?
Well, he's condemning it on 2, but 2 by itself, by the adverse effects.
Yeah, I believe it's
He
that.
he didn't have any mention to size.
Yeah, I don't believe it fits in the community. If I don't get a second, I don't get a second. But I mean, I'm making a motion for denial.
For purposes of where this is probably going to go,
Right.
I think you need to go through all of the criteria.
So start at 1.
I'll,
For
Niall, you don't
for
have-
your- what-
You can have more than one.
I'm saying
Yeah,
if
you
there are
can have
other
one.
things that you think, if you think it does not meet other criteria,
I should mention it now.
yes, this is your opportunity.
Bear with me one more minute, because my issues are mainly stated in criteria number 2, because I believe it is not compatible with the immediate community. I believe this type of scale, which is larger than the 5,000 square feet, which seems to be consistent in the rest of the zoning table, that everything else that resembles this type of operation is in the 5,000 square foot, and over 5,000 square feet, in my book, makes it adverse effect on the community. So that is why my motion is for denial, and I'm looking for a second.
So we have a second from Mr. Jordan. Is that correct? Okay. So we have a motion that has been properly moved and second. Any discussion or question? Are there any discussion or question?
Just as a point of clarification, so he could still operate at 5,000 square feet, correct? Without approval from this board? Okay,
That's-
just want to make sure.
That's my understanding.
So we're not putting them out of business.
All right, and we'll call it question. All those in favor of the motion at place, at hand, to deny case BZA 10-23-00716, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? It carries. It's denied, of course. So, unfortunately, sir, your application was denied tonight. You will get information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Okay? Thank you for your time. Okay. Our last case for tonight is case BZA 10-23-00717. And that will be done by Ms. Working. This is our last case for tonight.
Thank goodness.
If you go to, I've traveled this road every day. It's nothing.
What, that one we just did? Yeah, I don't know.
okay.
Post office.
The applicant and property owner for this case is Donald Price, and he's requesting a variance to reduce the required 20-foot front street side setback measured from Conifer Drive property line by 5 feet to 15 feet for a proposed single-family residence at 2 Conifer Drive, which is TMS number 343-0300245 on James Island. The subject property and surrounding properties are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. The properties that abut Conifer Drive and Maybank Highway are located in the James Island Maybank Highway corridor overlay with office residential zoning district. The 0.28 acre subject property is located at the corner of Louise P. Gardner and Conifer Drive and is currently vacant. The single-family home and garage shown on the survey were demolished earlier this year. The applicant is proposing to build a single-family residence and a detached accessory dwelling. And this is the ordinance requirement. So on corner and double frontage lots, the ordinance states on corner and double frontage lots, front setback standards shall apply to each lot line that borders a street. The remaining lot lines will be subject to side setbacks. There is no rear lot line. So you have two 20-foot setbacks from the street and then the 5 feet on the remaining sides. This is the posting we did. We posted the property on October 19th, 2023. Photographs of the subject property, that drainage ditch, I believe, yeah. Louise P. Gardner, Conifer. These are some photos provided by the applicant, as well as some letters of support He had 4 letters of support. And this is all in your packet. This is the site plan. So the Conifer Drive is over on the right side, and the Louise P. Gardner on the bottom, yes. And so what you're seeing on the top left, that's the ADU, and then the kind of center of the property is the single family. And this is the survey. Like I said, these things have been demolished since. As far as the criteria, we stated that it meets 1, 2, and 5, and it may meet 3, 4, 6, and 7. You guys may approve approval conditions or deny the request based on the BZA's findings, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. We didn't have any suggested conditions on this one, but of course you're welcome to add them. Questions?
Any questions? Good. Thank you, Ms. Workin. Well, you were the only one in here other than us. Oh, well, that's okay. I didn't see you back there. You hiding, okay.
He already spoke.
Okay, I apologize. Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Donald Price, 2141 Edisto Avenue, Charleston. I bought this land a year ago, and it had a abandoned house that's been abandoned for many years. Squatters living there. So I bought the property to build my house, and so the land is cleared. The neighbors are happy because it's not an eyesore anymore, and so the left side of the house has a drainage ditch, which my property line kind of runs the center of it, and the ADU in the back, we plan on using that side of the house to drive back there, and as of right now, it only leaves like 9 foot to the property line, which is in the ditch as well, so I'm asking to move it over 5 feet. The neighborhood has 2 dead-end streets. The side that I'm moving the house closer to has 1 tenant that lives back there, and it's a dead end. And I got, like I said, I got all the adjacent neighbors to sign the letter as well. So I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Does anyone have a question for him? Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
I just have one statement to make. Good job getting your neighbors on board before coming before this board. This is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Now that I see you in the back, you got anything you want to say? You in favor or opposition?
No.
You know, I like people to build homes.
Okay. All right.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. So this case is closed to the public. Thank you. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Any discussion? If not, may I please get a motion to approve or deny? You want to try it? Yes, please.
I'll take a stab at it.
Yes,
This
sir.
will be the last one of the night. I move to grant the variance. I believe that this is governed by Charleston County ZLDR Chapter 4. Exceptions are contained in Section 4.2.3. It meets the 7 criteria, 1 through 7. There are extraordinary and exceptional conditions relating to the ditch. The applicant's to be congratulated for improving the property and having his neighbors on board. These conditions will not apply generally to other properties in the vicinity. This is a single one. It will not effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of your property. This would allow you to use your property more, or the applicant in this case, which is BZA 10-23-00717, to more effectively use his property It will not be a detriment to the adjacent property or the public good. In fact, it'll enhance the public good. The number 5, the Board of Zoning does not or shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow establishment of a condition not used by others. The variance does not allow use that is not permitted in the zoning district, nor does it extend physically a non-conforming use. Number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. In fact, he's to be congratulated for us making the community a better place. Number 7, granting the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. For those reasons, I would approve, and I would move to approve the granting of a variance. And I don't think there are any conditions, but if there are, I don't think there are, but if there were, I would move to follow those as well.
Well, thank you. We have a second over here with Mr. Nelson, if I'm correct, Mr. Nelson, if I heard you correct. So this motion has been properly moved and second. Any question, discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you. So within 10 days, staff will be sending you information regarding the next steps for the process. Once again, congratulations, sir, and good night.
Thank you for hanging with us.
Ms. Working, can you tell us about the month of December and the next meeting?
In January. I don't know if you heard that. So yeah, we keep maxing out, and we're maxing out before the application deadline, so I'm having to push people. This happened this past month too, where people applied in November, but they got pushed to December because we're full. I mean, 10 that's it. And you see how late it is. And that's starting at 4. So we're at 10 again, and I'd like to know if you want to start at 4.
Okay, what does this august body care to do? Because it's 9 o'clock, folks.
Yeah.
I would rather start at 4 and get out at 9 than start at 5 and get out at 10.
I second
that motion.
There's another option. Is there against the law or rules that we can't have another meeting a month to catch up?
That's what I was thinking. Can we do that?
We've done that in the past.
Have you? Is that just too much?
It would be pretty impossible the next couple of months, even like January, February with like President's Day and MLK. So it can work sometimes,
I vote for 4
but
o'clock every time.
I mean, we did it in June. And then Miss Switzer Smalls, I think she's going to attend one of the training sessions coming up. Everyone else is good. And lastly, we have the calendar for next year. And luckily this year, we only have 2 that fall on the second Monday. So we don't have conflicts with the planning commission meetings, only those 2. So if you guys are okay with this schedule, I'll post it tomorrow on the website.
All right.
Do we need
Do
a
we
motion?
have any? Yes.
A motion to approve the schedule as proposed by staff?
Okay.
All right, it's properly moved and second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Okay.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. It carries. Thank you.
Yeah. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for a good night meeting. Good night. We're adjourned.
Mr. Chairman.